Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of some extra sauce on this nice Wednesday night, this hump day. And it is a hump for me. It's hot out there. Some people have to go out there in it, some people don't. I'm one of them people that had to be out there in it today. And we late because we always waiting on the Canadian man. He insists on being a guest on the show or acting like a guest on the show, but we love him anyway. So whenever he gets in here, he gets in here. Welcome in again, man. We got plenty of stuff to talk about tonight. Interesting things to talk about. A little bit of Bears, a little bit of other NFL, discussion to be had. Also, some stuff that needs to be talked about as far as Doomsday Survival is concerned. I think we got to go a little bit deep there because it's starting to hit critical mass for real. And I think we need to be getting ready for some stuff, but we'll talk about that on that section of the show. Plus, we got at least 2 movies to talk about and maybe an album if we can get to it. But we got plenty to talk about, man. We're gonna have a good time on this nice Bears off-season period, man. We always gonna keep it interesting over here, like we always do. But without further ado, let me bounce past that thing over the trip because it's too hot to be damn jumping right now.
Right on, right on. Yeah, too hot. Yeah, I know because I realized I was going not having company or having guests, but being seen. So I went here and threw on some clothing, as you can see. So it's like, yeah, I'm chilling. Hope everyone is hydrated and staying cool and doing well wherever you are. Like Smitty Q out there on the road, driving safe wherever part of the country he's in and such. What up, AC? So yeah, looking forward to this evening's some extra sauce and hanging out for a little something with y'all.
Yes, sir. Hey, Bob, for the record, what up, sun breathing, moon breathing? What's going on?
Yeah, what up, son?
We almost didn't have a show. Almost had to announce on the homepage that we wasn't going to be able to get a show in because I was supposed to be scheduled to be out of town in Missouri for a few days through the 4th of July. Trying to get some work. Somebody called me for some work, nice paying work. Something I'm skilled at doing, and some stuff happened, and I didn't end up on that job. But I was almost out of town, man. So I'm glad to be here with you guys, man. It's no but better place to be at than here with these no maniacs and kicking it in here. But yeah, that money would have been nice, but we're gonna be all right anyway. But yeah, that plus it's hot as all shit out here, man. And this is gonna break here hopefully in the next couple of days. And it's smothering heat too, man. Like condensation on the vents and all kinds of stuff down there. The ducts down there in the basement, condensation. It's a good time, if you got I don't care where you're at, whether you're in a home or apartment, have a what do you call those things? A humidifier. Good. That's a good
Dehumidifier.
Yeah, dehumidifier. My bad. It's a good purchase, man, for times like this, man, because it's extremely humid out there, and it's not as bad as it's been last couple of days, but it's very humid still out there, man. So I got central air going on and fan in my face, and I'm still kind of warm. So that just goes to let you know. So yeah, man, what you been doing to keep cool, Trip?
Well, I discovered that a nice, comfortable ambient temperature. I got the thermostat up to 76 Then it was like still a little nipply, just a little. Walking around unclothed as I am now. And it was like 77. I think that's quite comfy. And that's about the crux of my staying cool. Pushed a few buttons and there it is.
I just can't picture 77. It's cool, but that's me.
Well, it's different because it was, if it's like 77, just windows open, 77, no AC, it's warmer. Whereas just 77 all the time, no humidity, just quite comfortable. And with I was a guy who enjoyed a 68, degree thermostat, a few years back. Because, and then at night, you can get all bundled up under a comforter during the middle of summer. And it's like, yeah, I don't need to be doing all that. So I got rid of the comforter. And I was like, a sheet is cool, maybe a blankie. And they moved that on up to 71. Then it's like, that's still a little chilly because I walk around with no shirt. And it's like, I got to put a shirt on. It's like, but I don't want to put a shirt on. So let me raise that temperature. So we've gotten it up to 77 and it's quite nice.
Hey, bro, one of the best purchases I made was I don't know, I guess like it's made out of kind of that dry fit material. I bought a sleeper like that, a sheet. That, I bought just one, and then my girlfriend was just like, "No, I'm tired of. No, you buy you one, I'll get me one, and we cool." And those things are extremely comfortable because it's like you sleeping in silk, man. You know how those dry fit materials fit, lay on your body and stuff, man. It is nice, bro, especially on days like this. So you can chill out in a you got a smaller place. There's no way in hell you can keep a place at this size, and it's not huge. At 77 degrees, no fucking way. No way you're gonna be able to keep it cool.
No. But yeah, like lot of less square footage. But yeah, those dry fits, sheets, those do sound nice. And I am familiar with the silk, the satin sheets, because it feels good all over my body while I'm in bed.
Right. Them things changed my life. Actually, a girl bought me some when I was, I don't know, when I first got to Atlanta. She kind of was digging me and shit and liked to hang out at the house and shit. We be kicking it, man. She just busted up one day. She came over and she's like, I bought you something. She came over there with like 3 sets of, I forget what thread counts, but they was so, you never know what you're missing until you lay your bottom on one of them. Just don't know. I never knew. I was just like, man, why I don't need no sheets, man. I got plenty of that. She's like, no, you ain't got none of this. Lay them things on the bed, man, pillowcases, man. And I'm talking about some of the best love making and oh man, bro. I can't even tell you, bro. It was so good. It was so good, man. It was memories, bro. That's all I can say. I'm a involved man right now. I shouldn't be talking about that, but that was nice.
Yeah, the sheets do create, as they say, ambiance.
Man, you ever thought about how much stuff? I don't know how many times you moved over the years, but when I first started moving around as an adult, I used to travel extremely heavy with everything I own in big U-Hauls and stuff like that. And over the years, as time went on, I stopped doing that. It's just like, why hold on to all this stuff, man? If you got to move around, travel light. And so I would, so many things I've given away or sold. Earlier, I sold everything, but lately, I just give stuff to people that need it. But man, I don't know about you, but I don't know how much you moved around, but moving around and traveling from place to place, dude, that's taxing, bro. And I don't know how much stuff you lost over the years, but I lost a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I was always one that if I moved, I just did it, because I was, always big guy, strong, pick up my own shit. And so I would just put it in a truck and like longer things like a couch or something. I get one of my boys when somebody come through. We do that. The bigger stuff. But I always kept like a one bedroom apartment of furniture. Bedroom, bed, uh, chest of drawer kind of thing, wardrobe brother, and chest of drawers, and the living room. Couch. You got to have some place to sit. TV. Something in the form of a coffee table or ottoman, as it were. But it's nothing house size. But the over time, I have parsed it down to just the essentials. Not a lot of just stuff for decoration. Everything serves a purpose, and I've also come to the realization that sometimes as you're decorating your house or you're buying stuff, the cheap shit ain't always the best shit. Sometimes you gotta get better quality,
Bro, don't I
and
know?
and then that will last you longer. As long as you take care of it. And now there's not a lot of transition of your stuff anymore because you got something, you like it, you take care of it, and it's lasting. You keep it.
I remember when I first left the house and I got my first apartment by myself. Now she gave me a bunch of stuff when I went off to college, college stuff, little stuff you need in college. You're in the dorm.
Mhm.
But that's one thing. But when I got my first apartment in my second semester, I had to get some stuff, you know what I mean? But it was furnished with a couple of things, but not too much. But that was a lightweight stuff. But when I got my first apartment after I came home, I got my first apartment. Man, everybody and their mama was giving me stuff. Everybody, my mother in particular, my aunt. Man, I remember that's them days right before the flat screens came.
Mm.
People had them big ass box TVs on the floor model TVs and shit. Them
Mhm.
big heavy big back things.
Well, a
Bro,
lot of that shit was them, cleaning out their basements and their garages and their attics.
not this. This stuff was nice, man. She
Uh,
gave me a big, huge entertainment center. I mean, a big, nice, heavy. I'm talking about bust your back out, heavy entertainment center. I mean, it's heavy. It was like that kind of stuff. I'm just happy that stuff that you use to decorate your home or furnish your home is so much more, let's just say, lightweight. That's the best way to describe it because some of that stuff back in the day, helping people move around. My mother always moved around when I was a kid. Man, I hate moving. So
mm.
it was I don't know how much man, dude. I'm tired of moving people around. I just know that part of the
Yeah,
reason I got rid of my truck.
yeah, that's no fun because people are gonna do it, all the time because people move. They do that, and different people doing different moving. And it's like, oh shit, you got a truck? Hey, give me a no.
Yeah, bro.
That's the same with it's like, oh shit, you got a car? I need a ride to the airport. Uber. It's like no. And then it's not only well, you got a truck, so you put some shit in it and move it, but now you got to carry it too. You got to pick it up. And it's
Man.
like, oh well, you here. I got to get it in the truck. Oh, come on. I'm like, oh damn.
So funny thing about the truck. Now I told y'all couple months ago, I sold that truck just because I'm just tired of my family on me about it. Mainly moms, man. She be wearing my ass to a nub about that truck. But I got rid of it, sold it to somebody that's a family friend. He almost like family to me. And I'm almost certain I told him, man, I went back and forth to Atlanta. This truck had probably 280 miles when I got it, 280,000 when I got it. And I took it back up and down the road to Atlanta twice, up and down twice. And I'm almost certain I told that man, listen, this is an in-town truck. Do not put this MF on the highway. I don't care if you to nowhere. Keep this thing right here in town.
Mm.
What the dummy do?
He put that some bitch on the road, didn't he?
What you think happened?
Oh, it's in a ditch somewhere, waiting to get impounded, and he ain't got the money to get it out, so it's gone.
Man, bro, he called me the other day while I was in motion doing shit. I was just like, bro, what is you? What's wrong with you, man? I didn't I tell you, man? That's an in-town vehicle, man. It will haul, it will do pull, it will do anything you needed to do. Just keep it in town. He got fly with it, and it was such a good running truck, and the engine was so thorough. He just put it on the highway. He felt that. I'm like, dog, you just don't know what that truck been through, man. By the time he got it, that mom got I'd probably say about another, I got about 320 on it.
Oh damn. Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you do that, man? Tell me how much sense that makes.
That's one of those where he's rolling and all of a sudden it's like sputter. It's like, what the fuck? Sputter. Like, oh Lord. What's happening? Why is it not going?
The truck is made in 1992. It's 2026. It's been driven, and whooped, and beat. And the thing, it's got a hell of an engine in it, man. But you pushed it too far. I was mad at my girlfriend because I told my girlfriend and it broke down because she didn't want me to let it go. Neither did my mom. And she kind of had a smirk on her face. I'm like, that ain't funny, man. That man was stuck out there. And that's kind of like my family, man. I ain't happy because I let it go and it blew up on him. It wouldn't have blew up on me because I wouldn't have did that to it.
Well, yeah. Eventually it was gonna blow up, but not as fast because you wouldn't put it on the highway.
I wouldn't have stressed it out like that. I know I can kind of feel where it needs to be. You know what I mean? You put that thing on the highway up and down to Atlanta, that's 400 miles on that thing. Up 400 miles back.
So what happened? You have to take the Greyhound to get home or something?
No, he just it's not that far away. It's like probably 30, 40 miles away from here. You know, he want to get it pulled back and he want to put another engine in. He talking about putting a Suburban engine in it. I'm just like, I know it's a good truck, man, but sometimes it's time to just let that thing go, man.
Oh, he trying to make a project.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man, I'm getting ready to get another car here soon, man. I don't know when, but I'm gonna have to get me another little push around. I'm thinking about getting me an e-bike and all kinds of little shit. But what up, Ben Williams?
Man, now I don't want to disparage no one or nothing, but how some people come up on stuff is through the detriment of other people, and by this I mean look through the farm belt throughout the middle United States because there's a lot of people filing for bankruptcies.
Yeah.
That, you know what I'm saying, that losing their farms and shit, and you might be able to find you a vehicle for the low.
Take that trip to Iowa.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
and I don't want to be like, let's take advantage of people's bad situation, but they are selling the shit. So you know what I'm saying?
Man, you ain't really taking advantage. You just they giving up. They're gonna give up stuff for a whole lot less than they probably should just because of the market.
Right, and you gotta liquidate.
That's kind of how I got this last vehicle, but in a different kind of way. Storm whooped on so many people's cars and vehicles. Cars worth way more than what they letting them go for, but the storm damage, a couple of little knots and dents in them from the hail, you can't really sell it for as much as you want to because it ain't as pretty. And so I took advantage of that, not trying to take advantage of nobody, but that was a factor in the equation.
Well, there's always also the estate sales, where you find those garage kept vehicles that the owner literally only drove to the grocery store and to church and then serviced it, religiously with all the documentation and records meticulously kept in the glove box. And you can come up on one of those, that's like the Holy Grail.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of opportunities here. It ain't getting ready to get no better though, Trips, man, because as you were just talking about with the people losing farms and businesses and all this kind of stuff, it's about to get compounded by energy prices, man, gas prices and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna talk about that on Doomsday Survival, but it's about to hit critical mass, bro. For real, for real. Like we warned about for months. It's here.
Yeah.
It's here.
Indeed. Indeed.
Other than that, man, I mean, let me think about my week, man. There's been so much going on this week, man. I don't even know where to start, man, bro. It's like stuff with my mom's and her property trying to help, but it's been so hot to really help her out right now. And man, trying to safeguard her crib so people don't keep breaking in there, all that kind of stuff, man. It's all kind of craziness going on around us. I don't know if you checked outside recently at night, man, but it's been like 3, 4 super moons in a row. And what up, Levante is up in here.
What up, Levante? Benji?
3 super moons up in here, and people saying the animals acting weird. Shit's been huge ass earthquake over in Venezuela and then Japan. We lightly talked about that, but that leads to questions about activity in the Ring of Fire and all that kind of stuff. That earthquake in Venezuela was terrible, bro. I mean, absolutely terrible. The videos out there are crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you just see the high-rise buildings just collapse. It's like it was up, now it's down. Just cloud of dust, and it's like, oh shit, those things are probably full of people.
Yeah,
it's like and it's like there is no warning, there is no escape. It's just 1 second you're there, and another second the building is just collapsed. And it's like, there's thousands of people still missing. And it's like, well, no, they ain't missing. They in there, in the rubble. We know where they at. They just smushed.
No longer with us.
Man. And it's like, oh, and then I saw a video of somebody that was still in a high rise, up on an upper floor, taking shots of looking at other buildings around them that were collapsed, collapsed. And then you could see part of his building with cracks in it and shit. And it's like, in that situation, that's very precarious, because it's like, okay, earthquakes, they come with what? Aftershocks. And, by whatever luck standard that his building or their building is still standing, another aftershock or a aftershock, just take that son of a bitch down. And then it's like, well, how do you get down? Because obviously you ain't taking the elevator. And there were blocked stairwells, and I mean, it's just the whole thing, for those that survived the initial quake. And then, the resources, because everything's all jacked up, it's a very, very tough situation down there. It's like our hearts go out to them. Man.
I just imagine, man. Can you just imagine? You one day everything's good and peachy king, and next thing you know, you trying to dig family out of rubble.
Shit, one day, 1 minute to the next. People just doing whatever the hell you doing. And it's like, ooh, rumble, rumble, rumble. And then now your roof collapses on you. And it's like, oh, your ceiling collapses on you, however many floors you got above you. So if you was, on a lower floor, you get all this coming down on you. And if you're on the upper floor, you're coming down and crashing off. It's just all messed up.
I hope and pray I never have to live in another apartment. You never know what life will deal you, but hopefully I'll never have to live in another apartment or any place where, people are stacked and stuff is stacked on top of me. You know what I mean? Because that's extremely dangerous. I just remembered that high rise collapsed down in Florida that one time where a sinkhole happened and just dropped the whole damn thing. The whole damn condo high rise is gone.
You
Yeah.
know, but not only Mother Nature or, you know, the earth venting or tectonic plates moving with the earthquakes, but throughout the Midwest, as it was last week, I believe. So the last week in June, we've had more tornadoes than we typically get in an entire year. And so not only in the densely populated or urban areas are, you know, weather events or nature events detrimental, but out in the sticks, when the tornadoes come whipping around, and there was a dude that was videoing it, and then he came back and he was like, "Where the fuck my house go?" Because now he was still standing in this house, but he could see the sky. Because the tornado came through and ripped off his roof and his upper floors. You know, he survived, but you know, just like that, the thing blew in, the house gone, and he looked at his neighbors that used to have houses that had plots that just had like toothpicks
Wait a
laying
minute.
on them.
Wait a minute. White guy ended up with just a few scratches on him.
Yeah, looked like a hippie.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, one of these days, that's my goal in life, to be as high as he was that night.
I think he was just kind of like, I mean, the astonishment of, oh shit, there's a storm coming in. Oh, is that a funnel? Is that, oh, it's loud. And then he came back like,
Yeah.
oh,
Hey, Trip,
what just happened to my house?
Trip, you freezing up. Pop out and pop back in real quick. Let's see what happens.
Am I freezing?
Yeah.
Okay.
You pop out right quick and pop in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's funny. I hope y'all seen that video. That's hilarious, man. It's some white dude, and he just like, oh, it's a tornado. Oh, I wonder what can happen. Let's go out here and look. Yeah, next thing you know, the tornado tore his whole goddamn crib down. The only thing standing is him. He's got cuts and scratches on him. He is baked. When I tell you he baked, I know he baked. I don't know what he baked on, but he's baked. Boy, that motherfucker was high, man. I was just like, this motherfucker. That's gotta be Hall of Fame Twitter shit.
He was high and astonished. He was astonishingly high.
It was hilarious, man. But I'm glad that.
But I mean, it was hilarious. But it was like, yeah, he ain't got no house no more. You know, and his neighbors is like, he was lucky because he still had like a structure of some sort. But you see some of the leftovers of the tornadoes when they hit houses, and there's just like the plot that the house used to be on. And it's like, you know, I woke up this morning and everything was everything. I might have some tornadoes today, and now I don't have a house anymore. You know, just that fast.
Bruh, they said, like the old people always say, I ain't gonna use the word with G. The Most High they say the Most High protect babies and fools. Can't take him out, man. He's such a damn fool right now.
Yeah.
He was
he seemed like cool people. I don't know. But now we got the earthquakes, right? You know, we got the tornadoes. But don't forget, what is it? Utah and Colorado.
Oh,
yeah. Wildfires.
How bad is that right now?
Well, a lot of acreage, a lot of acres are burning, and you know, it's just a wildfire. So as it comes up to populated areas, you know, people are doing what they doing to protect their stuff, but otherwise, you know, what can you do? So you woke up, it was like end of June, everything, maybe barbecue for the 4th, like, oh shit, they got some wildfires. Today we got a house. You know, it's burnt to a crisp, just like that. You know, so the precariousness of life, you know, we just can't take it for granted. And in our way of life that we take for granted, we can't take that for granted.
Yeah, we cannot. And I think Trips, I gotta tell you, your talk right now. Just talk.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Peace
You
out to everyone.
you lagging real bad.
All right. Let me try again. Here.
Let Trip get his feet a little right. He never lags on the show ever, but I don't know what's going on today. Maybe he's got probably need to reset that router. Anyway, man, we here for the night, kicking it with y'all. Interesting stuff. Like I wanted to talk some Chicago stuff tonight about the Bulls, man. I love what them cats are doing with they draft and some of the stuff they're doing in free agency. I like the team they're assembling right now. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to what the Bulls are doing. I know some of y'all watch other channels other than football, but anybody around the Chicago area that watches the Bulls, man, it would I just like what they're doing with this young GM, this young coach. Yeah, you look a whole lot better now, Trip. Everything.
Right on.
Wait a minute. Keep talking.
Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. How do you do?
I think you just got to catch up with yourself.
Yeah. See me moving.
Yeah, you moving.
All right.
Keep going. You good.
All right. Yeah. What young coach you talking about?
We was talking about. I was just talking into the ether, talking about people from the Chicago area that you've seen if they pay attention to what the Bulls are doing.
Oh yeah, it was kind of what's the word? Anticlimactic. Free agency wise.
They ain't done.
Well, no, but pretty much. I mean, because the free agency money that they had, 32 million or whatever, they spent with re-signing Collins, and then Powell, the guard, and who was the other guy? Claxton.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that they paid. So, there's still opportunities because of sign and trades of players that they still have on the roster. Like I believe Anthony Simmons is in play to other couple teams that are interested in him. So, but the major signings for I think are done because there's only so much money, only so many roster spots. They want to see what their youngsters have, and the contracts that they did extend were only 2-year deals with team options on the back end on the second year. So they all pretty much expire in a time that gives them a chance to say, all right, is Buzelis, does he get re-signed, or Giddy, do we re-sign him? Where's this core going? Who's going to step up and earn it? So there's a lot going on, but bringing in a shooter, which they needed, badly. He's a veteran, he's got that going for him. And, Collins is a veteran, which is good, but there also can still be trade chips, at the trading deadline. So the flexibility is there for this young Bulls team to see who steps up and in the first part of the season and who is expendable, that doesn't fit in whatever they're trying to build. So it's a work in progress that won't really see the playoffs anytime soon. Playoffs? Hell no. But it's a different direction. So, it's one of those they got to get on the court and see what's up. Because right now it's kind of like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know some of the guys that were available in free agency, like Kuminga, that a lot of people wanted to get. Like it would behoove the Bulls to do that right now because they got like 2 other Kumingas right now, 2 or 3 other Kumingas with that size and length and that youth. Like, where is those other guys gonna have a chance to play when you bring a guy like that on the roster? You got to think about that.
The guys that they brought in, the shooting guard Powell, they didn't have him on the roster. Right. You say like Anthony Simmons or Sexton, or Dillingham, in your guard room. Dillingham, no, he's the point guard, but they didn't have a 3-point shooter on the roster, so they needed him to space the floor. Bringing Collins back and trading for Claxton, those are big men. They didn't have those. So the positions that they acquired other talent in are not going to block, the development of a Buzelis, the development of, Caleb Wilson to see what he got. So the young guys, the Giddies that they want to see if they can be something, to develop into, they're not blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna have plenty of court time to show what they got.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. They want to the people, the GM that inherited this roster, he wanted to keep some space so that he didn't just go ham and just like, I don't want you, I don't want you, I don't want you. And let me hold on to this group of guys. Let me bring some guys and let's see if they can assimilate together.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And keep it young. Keep it young. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. And what I see is, and then you bring in a veteran shooter like Norman Powell is not only a veteran shooter, he's a true vet that you need in that locker room. So he's not getting paid just for be a spot shooter. No, he's got some value, bro. He's going to bring a lot of, guidance to some of these younger guys on this team and keep them where they need to be, along with some of the other veteran guys we got out there. But he's going to bring a lot to the team, and it depends on how fast this thing comes to. I think they got another shooter coming. They got another shooter coming somewhere.
Yeah, because there's probably going to be other trades because Jalen Smith's name keeps getting bantied about now that they got a couple guys at center.
I think they need that guy.
Well, other teams need him too. They may be willing to pay for him. Because I don't think this is a one of those seasons where it's like, all right, playoffs are bust kind of thing. It's first his head coach, coming all together, implementing systems, figuring out the roles. Is Wilson and Buzelis, how are they going to coexist? There's a lot going on there. So it's a change for the Chicago basketball organization, but there's still a lot of the same. Trading away second round picks for cash considerations. Their favorite player. So it's like, hey, if you're not going to take someone in the second round because you don't like anybody, that's fair. But why not trade it for a second rounder next year or the year after? So you still have that draft capital to banty about, to use as pieces in trades, to pick somebody in that draft that you might like in the second round, as opposed to cash considerations. And this organization, the Bulls, that has a history of that. And I think as a fan base, we wanted to see something change and different with the new GM and all that. And then it's like, damn it, back to that same cash considerations bullshit. So it's like, all right, we're going to see what's up on the court before any major judgment.
Yeah, I got a feeling, man. One thing I'll never do is count out a young basketball team with a nice mixture of veterans in there. And they do have a nice little balance of veteran and young guys. And I'll never count them out because you never know what happens. It's all about whether they have the right people to distribute the ball, get it around. I got a feeling it's going to be somebody like Max Strus that was playing with the Heat a couple years ago.
Seen that name bantied about.
Yeah, I think he's a Chicago kid.
Yeah, I mean it's not over, as far as the team makeup, it's just beginning. And it's going to be interesting to see how, Bryson Graham, maneuvers, how he operates, how he deals with trades. And thus far, his draft picks, of course, we got to see him on the court. But Caleb Wilson, he's talking a lot. He's talking boo-coo shit. about how great he wants to be, and I love that for him. But you got to prove it, kid. And then the other kid, Swain, it's like, all right, talent, see what you got. So their development and coach not Splinter but Splitter, I keep want to say, like Master Splinter, the Ninja Turtles, but it's Splitter, Tiago.
Yeah.
How old is he going to be as a coach? And so yeah, that's going to be a interesting thing. But I don't know how much you follow hockey, but that went down, the draft and the trade that KFC made, the GM of the Blackhawks, Kyle Davidson, and then the baseball teams, both of whom, fighting for, first place, coming up to the All-Star break. There's a lot going on in the sports world in Chi.
Yeah, I mean, you got probably need kids to talk about hockey, man. I'm about the greenest person on planet Earth when it comes to hockey. I have no idea who's who, what's what.
Well, what a brief synopsis on the hockey team. Kyle Davidson, their GM, took over kind of like the organization. He rebuilt it all like Poles did. That was a correlation I was going for. And he got, a lot of young talent throughout the organization. But in hockey, it takes so damn long for anybody drafted to really contribute in the NFL. Sometimes they got to go to college for a year or two, then so it's like 4 or 5 years later, maybe they'll come up. But when they drafted Connor Bedard, the number 1 overall pick, he's turned into like a star. And so
I was about to ask you about him because I haven't heard anything. I'm like, ain't he supposed to be like Jordan and shit?
Yeah, and he is, because man, some of the goals he be scoring, the way he be maneuvering with the puck and deacon fools out, yeah, that nice, a lot of highlights, and he's at the point of his career now where they're extending him, and so that's what the talks are this offseason about, whatever his extension may be. But you can see where the Blackhawks organization are trying to make a step forward by, instead of drafting at number 4, the pick that they had in this recent draft, they traded that and signed like a veteran, a 4-year veteran in the NHL defenseman who was on a different team, blocked by better defensemen, like the top 1 and 3 guys in the league. So this guy was, kind of blocked from ascending. And so they traded for him, the number 4 pick, and they just extended him for like 6 years, $75 million. And so he's going to be the number 1 defenseman. And so the message is that, all right, the young guys, as they're developing, we are now flipping some of these draft assets into veterans and willing to pay them with the salary cap that we've managed to acquire to make a stronger playoff push. And so the Blackhawks are like, yes, young developing, but they've taken that next step into, it's like, all right, we've passed that rebuilding development stage. Now it's time to show and prove. And that's where they're going. And that's where they're at.
People are expecting them to make a push for something.
Yeah, because of the the trade and the payment of this, guy, this veteran guy. It's like, all right, so we're expecting some more points, if you will, more progress. And so, the expectations are rising for the Blackhawks.
I can only speak to nothing about that, Trips, to be honest with you, and that's all I can do is take your word for it, really.
Right. Well, Levante tell you, because he follows everybody. What up, True? Now answer this question: are you a White Sox guy or a Cubs guy?
Oh, White Sox all day.
Oh, Southside. Okay, Southside. So have you been following this young team?
I know they hopped to first place not too long ago, but are they still there?
Think so. I haven't seen the stats today, but I mean, a lot of rookies, second year players, they don't know what they don't know, and so they're just going out there playing baseball. You got guys knocking home runs, you got pitchers stepping up and Will Venerable. I remember him as a player, and his daddy was a player too. But now he's their coach, so he's very trusting with them, allowing them to play baseball and make mistakes at the same time. But they got this, you know how teams, got their own thing, their traditions. But the White Sox got this Harry Pothead wand thing. And now they got the little wizard hat and like little cape thing. So every time they hit a home run, they, bring out the little wand and shit and wave it around. And it's been a lot of home runs from these young players that they acquired, through trades of talent, of other talent. So these players are showing improvement and pushing for the playoffs. And it's like shit, they were setting records for how sucky they were, just the season or so back. Now it's like a whole new
What do you mean a season or so? Just last year I heard people on podcasts trying to run them out of town, talking all kind of craziness.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Last season and the seasons before. So the new manager, the new skipper, the new players, new direction. And it's a lot brighter of a direction than they had been going down there.
By the way, who is the new manager?
Will Venerable Jr.
Okay. I know nothing about him. I ain't watched the game yet.
Well, they're good. They're an exciting young team.
I will.
They still got issues in the later bullpen things and a few defensive miscues that they need to tighten up. But yeah, this is a good, exciting team. And at the trading deadline, they may be actually looking to acquire talent, which is not something that we've had to say for the White Sox in a long ass time.
Well, let me do a U-turn real quick because I've said this a couple times. I don't know if people took it serious because I'm so serious about football. People can't imagine Nomad as a I'm a hooper too.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how to hoop and I know hoop. Like I know football. And one thing I can tell you is I kind of watched these prospects a little bit coming out. Kind of took a look at them after we got done with the draft and did all that. There's a shit just kept popping up on my feed. And I just started taking a look at them just out of just I'm a little curious, you know what I mean? And I started taking a look, and I can tell you, man, there was a couple of dudes. There was one kid from Houston. He's a point guard, man. I think he's gonna be real good, man. He's really ultra quick, man. Super quick. I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head, but I think he's gonna be a dude. And the other dude, there's a couple of dudes I think is gonna be crazy good. But I thought the best player I'm talking about with the most upside, tremendous upside, was the guy we got. And I think the first guy we got, I'm talking about Caleb Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there's no way this cat ain't going first. There's no effing
dropped a fourth.
That's going to be that's going to be legendary. He's got the biggest upside out of anybody in this draft.
I don't want to judge as a scout or anything. Here, let me explain it like this. The AJ Espinosa dude, not Espinosa, AJ
Acuff, ain't you?
No, the bonds,
the first guy, yeah.
Yeah, him is like, all right. I don't know much about him. The guy from Kansas, the Peterson dude, his mentals kind of scare me. It's like I don't know how focused you on basketball there, kid. And then the Boozer kid, I just got bad flashbacks of Carlos Boozer, his daddy, with the bad spray haircut and the sideburns and shit. When he was get it, Joe, for every rebound and made Joe Kim get all the boards because he wasn't. And so I don't want to put that on his boy, but I did. But I saw the highlights, if you will, of Caleb Wilson. Is like, oh shit, man. Oh shit, that's nasty. But then to hear him talk his shit, and somebody asked him about the three guys that were drafted ahead of him, he was like, what are your attitude about those guys? He was like, oh yeah, those guys can get all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? What happened when we played them during the season? And I'll see them in summer league, so we'll see what's up. And it's like that confidence is like, okay, kid, now if you can follow that up on the court with, as he develops and gets stronger, he could be a star kid, a star player.
He's gonna be a stud, Trip. He's gonna be a stud. He's gonna be a stud. I'm telling you that right now. That boy is brimming with confidence, and he's got the physical athleticism to combine with it. Man, dude, he's tenacious on the court. He's a dog. He's only 19.
Yeah. And it's some of those rebounds when he's on the board or he's driving to the lane and he just raises up with one hand. And I know it's not from the free throw line, but I don't understand the game nowadays with the kids and their Euro steps. It looks like traveling to me. But he be like, he don't dribble the ball. It seems like once he gets past the free throw line, and he just takes however many steps he takes and he's dunking on somebody. But it's not traveling, so it's legal.
The Euro step is an odd move. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the Euro step usually lands with you having to explode off of your strong leg. If you're a right-handed person, is your left leg.
Mm-hmm.
That's your strong leg. That's where you explode off of all your shots. Anything you taking, especially around the basket, you leaping off your left leg. And the Euro step tends to have you favor the opposite leg. So guys are getting stronger in the off season with their offhanded stuff and using the opposite leg to explode and make plays around the basket. That's the beautiful thing about the Euro step. It's cool when you see Europeans doing it and they execute so flawlessly. But when you see big athletic Americans, particularly black guy, really master that and can finish at the rim, that's crazy. He can.
It should be illegal.
Yeah,
because it's like you can't stop that once he gets going downhill or fast breaks or the pick and rolls where he's finishing at the rim with the lobs. He's just so athletic. He's very springy, and being 19, he still hasn't got that grown man strength yet or at all. And he's still learning, the mental aspects of the game. So he has some development, to make, and that's up to this staff to do. But he's definitely, the prospect, the no-brainer pick at that point.
Yeah. And to the other guy, man, I'm high on Caleb Wilson, but I'm also high on Dalen Swain. I'm gonna tell you why. I think his game is so mature. I be honest with you, man. They may I think they want to get out there and put him in there and mix him up with NBA players and give him some minutes. And I think Josh Giddey might be on the trade block.
Yeah, because I could
his game, I'm telling you, Swain's game is
similar skill sets, but Swain plays more defense.
He plays a lot more defense, and this guy really ain't got a lot of flaw in his game. They say his shot is a flaw. No, I watched him in high school, man. He was a shooter. They just didn't ask him to shoot as much because they had other shooters. They asked him to attack the basket.
And that's what he did that very well.
Yes. And so now they'll ask him to do both and say you need to get back to refining your shot. That dude's going to be a nice shooter.
Well, but also something that is attractive about him. He's very tall. So what is he playing, like the 3 or the 2 or the 3? Where they got him suited? I don't know.
Dude's like 6'7".
Yeah, but he's still a guard, right?
Yeah,
he's a shooting guard. So yeah,
you can't.
But he's a shooting guard. But my point is, he's that big. But when he was a shorty, before his growth spurt, he said he was a point guard.
And he plays.
So he has the point guard handles at his size.
You know what it is? I think if you just watch his highlights, you'll see him play so low to the ground because he's so long. He's kind of hunched over and playing real low with his handle.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you can really tell that guy is 6'7" until he stands up around the other guys around him. He's
Yeah,
huge.
he is kind of hunched over, kind of like the Quasimodo with his dribble.
Yeah, he hoops over, and that's his ball control, is staying low to the ground, and that's a tactic, especially for a guy that's long. You better get down there with the ball, or if you raise up too much, you don't get that ball picked from you often.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that's something taught by his dad or people around him. Like, get down there with that ball and use your body to help shield off defenders, man. That's just, but
But
he is
man,
he's
when
like,
he explodes to the rim, though, man.
bro, he's got a plethora of ways. I think he's cerebrally an NBA, let's just say 3-year veteran as far as his mental space is. He sees the game, he can outthink you. That's the thing about basketball and football. If you can, I tell people all the time, man, I don't give a fuck how bad you think you are. I will outthink you, bro. I will outthink you and preempt anything you trying to do. And that's a cerebral part of sports. He's got that in spades, Trip. Let me tell you, he's out there outthinking people. He manipulates the game to get what he wants out of it. That's point guard material right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was just interesting to watch the two of them together, because being co first round picks, they work together for the press conference. They have a video out of them touring, the city.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
And their personalities are like total opposite. Whereas Caleb Wilson is, very brash, very vocal about his desires to be great and such. Dylan Swain is just more cerebral, as Nomad was saying, just more laid back. He answers his questions asked, very eloquently, and he's done. So it's that fire and ice, that just total like differences in their personalities. But looking at their games, you could see where it's like, oh yeah, Swain would love ooping it up to Wilson. I could see these two finishing on fast breaks for a long time together.
I think the Bulls hit a home run, and they keep hitting home runs. I think they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. That kid Swain is. I know everybody's excited about Caleb Wilson, as am I, but I am telling you right now, Dalen Swain. The more they put that kid on the floor, and the more they see him be a playmaker on both sides of the ball, it's gonna be hard to keep his ass off the floor, because he can do things Josh Giddey cannot.
And play defense.
And he pounds the ball quite a bit, just like Josh Giddey does, to get his own shot, but he gets results.
Yeah, I think he's Swain is a little bit better at taking someone off the dribble, even though it's like, well, you don't have to respect his shot, but you do. So it's going to be a fun team to watch, because Coach Splitter has said that, they're going to have plays and sets and stuff, but a lot of transition, a lot of just get out running, finish at the rim, hit the open shooter, which it should be Powell or whoever it is. So it should be at least fun and exciting. Don't know how many actual wins, but fun.
They're gonna run into getting the ball out and running the floor. They're gonna be probably one of the top teams to watch in the NBA, because they're so long, they're so athletic. They're gonna be
so many guys that finish at the rim.
It's gonna be must see TV. It's gonna be
who? I mean, between all the centers, Claxton, Jalen Smith, he can shoot, but he can dunk.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Collins, he can dunk, big guy. But then Buzelis, posterizing people. And then Wilson, he's a posterizer kind of guy. Giddey, he's a big guy. He can get up. So there's a lot of athleticism, just unadulterated, just funk out there. And then there's, of course, Funky Patrick Williams, Pussy Willow, as he's known. Yeah, Zach Collins, that is. Thank you, Levante. So, yeah, it should be a transition-filled, break them out kind of thing.
I just can't wait to see what kind of hoop, because everybody wants to get out and run and be in transition and play with freakish athleticism, but when it comes down to it, when you got to get in sets, my thing is, I watched Tiago coach. What was he just at? I can't think of the team name.
Portland, wasn't it?
It was at Portland. But one of the things I noticed about what he's trying to do, he focuses on space and ball movement. So get some space, move that ball around, and trust whoever gets the ball, trust your shot. And if you ain't trusting your shot, be a triple threat. Get that ball on the ground and get to the basket, try to score, or get that ball to somebody that can.
Yeah, get to the rim. Yeah,
basketball is very simple when it comes to that. But the in and out of sets is interesting, man. I want to see how they're gonna attack this and who ends up being the guy with the ball in his hands most.
And then Levante brought up the kid last year that got hurt early, Noah Essengay from France. Oui. He didn't play enough, to know what he is, but his previous, stints on the floor throughout his career, he finished at the rim kind of guy as well and play defense, and he's really long. And now that, he's gotten healthy and had that time to get in the weight room, hopefully he will also add to that little stew of athleticism.
I think that was that's the biggest thing. It was his body. Just trying to get an NBA body, NBA strength. You don't have to put a guy on the floor. You just watch him play and what's going to happen when he sees big body like Jalen Duren from Detroit. Jalen Duren gets him in the paint. It's game match over. And so in order to be able to deal with guys like that, you're going to have to be a little bit bigger than you are. I ain't going to say a little bit, but you got to get a lot stronger than you are. And I think that's the game with him. It's getting stronger. I think he's going to play more and more minutes the stronger and stronger he gets.
Yeah, shit, they got summer league in a few weeks. So you get look at the system, kids, players, and coaches, all of that.
Yeah, should be good stuff to look at, man. But we at the hour point, and that means we had to take a sharp U-turn to some food.
One more shout out, because we can't leave the north side of town without giving a shout out to PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, because the kid's been unaliving it out there, on the field and at the plate. And then they scored 23 runs today. The final score was 23-3.
Who is this?
The Cubs.
Oh, that's your team?
Well, I'm a Chicago kid. I like them both because I was watching them both before they even started playing each other. I was watching the Cubs when they could only play day games because they had no lights at Wrigley Field. I was on the train one night when they was putting the lights in, so I went to both sides of town growing up because the White Sox always had the school giveaways, where you had certain dates that you could pick for, the kids' nights or whatever they called them at the time. But there was like a shitload of those throughout the summer. Then my Uncle Bob would take me to the Cubs games, and you could roll up, buy tickets at the window for like $7-8 for nice box seats along first or third base. He preferred first. And you sit down there, enjoy a ball game, hop right on the train and go back home. It was a beautiful thing, right on the Inglewood A train. Stop right there at Wrigley Field. So I went both. I never had animosity toward either. So I never chose. I never said, "Oh yeah, Southside's my team." It's like, no, they both say Chicago. One's Southside, one's Northside. It's like, cool. represent both. More of an opportunity, to win the World Series. Now, I have seen them both win the World Series once. We want more, obviously, as fans, but sure, both. Why not both?
Well, I got my reasons, but I'm definitely a White Sox fan before anything. I was happy for the Cubs when they won. I just got here. I just got here. That probably a few months before that happened. I had just got here, and when that happened, everything around here lit up. It's we all support them, you know what I mean. But we all have our favorites too. I'm definitely more White Sox guy than I am anything else. I don't know why I just gravitated towards the Sox. I don't know why. I've been to both stadiums, been to both games many times, but for whatever reason, I ended up being more Sox than anything else. That's just me. I don't know what you didn't do, but I'm glad you didn't do it, Ron. Whatever it was.
Hey, he was here as far as I know, right there in the chat.
you got alibi right here.
Hey, there it is.
All right, man. Let's get on some food right quick, Tris, man. I'm going to the South, and I'm going to let's just say Bayou country with this.
All right, what do we got? Cajun honey butter chicken and rice. All right, ingredients: brown rice, bell pepper, onion, garlic, butter, chicken broth, honey, Cajun seasoning, parsley, and chicken thighs.
Now, what I like about this dish, what I don't like about it is really don't care for honey on food, really. I just don't, some people, for all the people in the world that have a sweet tooth, y'all forgive me, man, but me and honey and food don't really mix, but everything else, I'm all over this. I'm all over this. Now, you might be one of those people, Triple R, and I can imagine Kedz likes honey. You might dig this, man, but
honey butter, honey garlic, oh yeah.
Is this something you might think about actually putting together?
Oh yeah, I like chicken and rice dishes. One of the quickest, easiest is a couple, chicken breasts and Instapot, couple cups of rice. 20 minutes later you're eating. Whereas this one, the chicken thighs have their own, a little dark meat flavor. Just so tender and juicy. And with the seasonings all in there together, they all complement very well. And the honey, sure, it's honey, but it's just that sweetening agent, to counteract some of the heat. And then parsley is like, why parsley? Well, because you need that herb.
It's just a garnish.
Yeah, well, the garnishing, the garnish, a little greenery in there because it's a very yellow dish.
Yeah. You can do this with white rice too. I mean, if you one of those guys, get the long grain white rice. If you're good with that, but for the people that's that's trying to be a little healthier, brown rice is definitely the better way to go. For sure. Is that enriched white rice? I know people are used to eating it. Everybody all over the world eats white rice all the time. I can't tell you when the last time I ate white rice. But
if you don't buy it, you don't eat it, really.
I mean, we got it around. You just because it's I'm a prepper too. A little bit of prep. You keep that. You can get a lot of that for nothing. So as well as brown rice. So I got a little bit of both going on. But as far as eating it, I just don't eat enriched white rice. And I'm trying to get my girlfriend into. I'm gonna have to find. This might be a dish. I think I can pull her over to the dark side of getting some wild rice.
Yeah, because it would go good with this dish, and like Levante saying, for a little more greenery, put in some diced green bell peppers.
There's bell pepper in it.
Well, it looks like, what is that? The red ones in there.
It's some red bell pepper. Any bell pepper you can put.
Yeah,
red.
But if you got the green, that'll make it pop out a little bit more.
It's some green in there.
Okay, just can't really see it, I guess.
Yeah,
But yeah, just add some color to it, or just for visually. But taste wise, yeah, that should be pretty good.
man, you can't go wrong. You talking about one pot dishes, especially right about now when it's really hot in the Chicago area. You trying to keep from turning that oven on and things like that. You ain't gonna get out there on the grill. You don't feel like doing that. Just come to the show and watch some of the recipes that we do on the show. A lot of times you're getting a whole lot of one pot meals. A whole lot of times you're talking about you don't want to overheat your house and get it hot when it's hot outside. This is a one pot meal that is sure to take care of everything in the house. You got rice, you got chicken, got your veggies up in there. I don't know, maybe you want to throw another little side dish of veggies on there, just to go along with it. But you can do that. But man, this is somewhat healthy. The brown rice is about as healthy as you can get when you get into the rice section of creating food dishes, man. But yeah, man, this is a winner, man. I'm just not gonna put no honey on it. I think I'm gonna enjoy it without the honey.
Mm. Yeah, that the sweetness factor though is, part of the flavor profile of it.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever been
If not honey, just try like substitute some brown sugar, maybe.
you ever been to Golden Corral and got the bourbon chicken.
Yeah, I've had it.
What do you think about that? What do you think about the sweetness?
Yeah, it's good. It's different. It's not something that I would make because I don't, cook with bourbon like that or those particular ingredients. But for the flavor of it, it's got something to it. Yeah, I like it.
I just don't like sweetness, man.
Yeah, I like sweet though. So
Yeah, this is definitely a dish for you then. I've eaten something similar to this with honey. I've eaten honey butter chicken. I've eaten wings like this. I've eaten thighs like this. I've eaten breasts like this. And more times than not, I'm not gonna order it again because I just don't like the sweet.
nah, yeah, shit. Cause man, yeah, me thinking about some honey barbecue KFC wings. Shit.
And my girlfriend loved those, but I just didn't.
Mm.
Look at Ron Winarski. Need some grated cheese. That would work. Any grated cheese on top of this would work. As a matter of fact, I don't care what cheese you want. Any grated cheese would for sure work on this dish. Right on top of that, melt that thing on top of it. You got you something a little extra flavor going on here.
Mm. I've recently gotten into a lot of Gruyere cheese.
Who?
I like the way it melts. I like the smoothness, the creaminess of it all.
What?
Nice flavor to it. Gruyere.
Not sure if I'm familiar.
Oh yeah, it's real good, real good. Guyere. It's French,
Mm.
but yeah, it's just different than your cheddars or your mozzarellas. It's just different, but it's still cheesy and it's still good.
You tried the smoked Gouda yet?
Oh yeah, smoked Gouda is delicious,
Uh,
delicious.
Aged smoked Gouda from
Mhm.
the Cheese Brothers. Shout out to Cheese Brothers, man. I don't know if I would like you people as humans, but I like your cheese.
Mhm. Mhm.
Love your cheese. Great product. But that's honey butter, Cajun honey butter chicken and rice. Look at that. Ron Winarski got it. He's bringing it.
They say Caleb is great at grating cheese.
I think we finally I'm gonna hold that off until the bear segment of the show, but we got another dish to talk about,
FGB.
and this is also go ahead, Trip.
All right, we got shrimp creole. All right, ingredients: onion, bell pepper, garlic, bay leaves, celery, diced tomato, flour, butter, Worcestershire sauce, veggie broth, hot sauce, fish oil, more Creole seasoning, and of course, the star of the show, the scrimps.
First thing, we had Cajun seasoning the first time. This is Creole, different thing.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Same same area, except one is more salty than the other and peppery than the other.
Yeah.
I think what is it? The Cajun is more peppery.
Yeah.
Right, where Creole is more just
Way,
flavorful.
yeah, it's way more smooth.
Yeah, there you go.
Way more smooth. This dish, you for sure better have you a nice bed of rice or something next to it. Because that roux is gonna be monumental. There's
Hmm.
a, there's a roux made within these ingredients with the flour, the veggie broth, and everything, the fish oil, all that stuff that brings that roux together. The Worcestershire butter, all that stuff brings that roux together. That roux is the key to all of it. You without the roux, I mean, actually, as a matter of fact, with the roux, you can put a boot in here and it'll taste good. An old boot on top of it. Care what
Mm.
you put in this roux. A
Yeah,
good
it's like a stew, and the stewy part is a good flavoring topping for rice. Or if you don't get rice, get you some biscuits,
dog.
something to sop up that fishy, flavorful goodness.
If you haven't had the proper, let's just say New Orleans. I'm not gonna say just New Orleans because I actually touched some other little spots around New Orleans, and the roux. If you haven't had Louisiana roux and just know how the flavor profile is so outrageous. It's so much going on in the roux in Louisiana. It is so much going on, and that should actually needs to be studied. How good the roux is in Louisiana, because anything you can put that shit on anything, and it's gonna make it taste good.
That's gravy.
Yeah,
Yeah, shrimp gravy.
that's gravy on steroids down there.
Yeah. Shit, mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes, but they do a lot of that, but they do a lot of rice with everything down there, especially when
Mm.
the roux come next to it. And for the people who like shrimp and like seafood, the roaches of the sea,
Mm-hmm.
I eat shrimp probably, if I had to guess, anywhere between 2 to 5 times in a year.
Mm.
I know people that have to have shrimp a couple, 2, 3 times a month. I don't eat shrimp like that.
A lot of different ways to prepare them.
It is. But those shrimp, what I mean, I'm cool with it. But I really prefer my shrimp fried, battered and fried, and some kind of little something to dip it in. That's how I prefer my shrimp. But that's just me. I'll eat it in a dish like this, or shrimp fettuccine. I love shrimp fettuccine, man. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't get to eat pasta that much no more. So when I eat shrimp, it's typically gonna be in a fettuccine, and it's gonna be on my cheat day.
Mm.
And that's when my girlfriend wrestled me to the ground, just like I want shrimp fettuccine, and I have to have this for my cheat day, even though I don't want it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just unfair, man.
Yeah, it is. But shrimp, has its own flavor profile, and no matter how many different ways you can cook it, fry it, bake it, saute it, boil it. It once you get into the meat of it, it's like that flavor. It's like, yeah, there it is. And everything else is just decoration, how whatever seasonings and spices on the outside, coatings or breadings, but it always gets down to the meat of the shrimp. And it's like, it's very specific. It still has that seafood genre flavor, if you will, that palate area, but just themselves, they're just so delectable.
One thing you don't want with your shrimp, and I've only run into this maybe once or twice in my life, and just random people who were cooking shrimp overcook the shrimp.
Mm.
That's a omen
Then rubber just
Just
doesn't bite. It just ex, no rubber.
you cannot overcook it. It doesn't take shrimp long to cook. Shrimp should be the last thing that goes in this pot, along with the parsley.
Yeah, and like if you're frying shrimp, you get, or not frying, but in a skillet with some butter or something. And it's like as soon as you see that tail turn pink, turn it over because it doesn't take much. And once it starts cooking through, and like in this dish though, the flavor is going to permeate throughout the roux, and then you got that fish oil in there as well. But it's a very unappetizing flavor to have overcooked your scrimps.
Don't take long.
Yeah, because they're that big, so don't. Yeah,
I don't care how you cooking them. Maybe 5 to 7 minutes, if that. On
Yeah.
each. That's it.
Yeah, because other than that, it's overcooked, and that's on a medium heat. That's not on a high heat. On the high heat, it's like 2 minutes.
I know.
And then, 2 to 3 minutes, and turn it over for like a minute.
I know people that will crawl over broken glass for shrimp and crab legs. I just don't. Like this girl I met in Atlanta. I got so many stories to tell you about some of this. But it was the guy I know that owned the bar and grill and the club next to it. I forget what, I think it might have been a Wednesday. He did all you can eat king crab legs. He got he must have had some secret handshake shit going on. This dude has so many king crab legs. I mean, so many of them. And she was just like, this girl actually was from New Orleans that I met. And everybody tell you down there, man, you got to be careful with them girls. I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? She ain't do no crazy shit with me, but I start to see things, and I'm just like, all right. But she's damn serious about her seafood. Made me take her to this popular spot in Atlanta for seafood. I took her to there. What is it? Papados. Papados is a chain now, you know what I mean? But it was really popular in Atlanta. Anyway, that was one particular time. I take it down here to the king crab, all you can eat down here at the spot. Man, I tell you, she ran through some crab legs, bro. Bro, when I tell you she ran through some crab legs, I don't even eat that shit really.
Oh, come on.
I ate 2 of them. If that. She's just like, that's all you gonna eat? She's like, you know what? I ain't finna trip. I'm finna eat. I just said my thing. I tell you what, I'm finna order me some wings. I ordered some wings and start smashing on them, and all she needed to see was me eat. And she unbuckled them damn jeans and she went to work, bro.
Well, there's not a lot of, even if you get a nice big juicy chunk of meat, it's still a little bitty chunk of meat, and the stringiness of it, and then like that drawn butter. You gotta have that drawn butter. Don't fuck around. Don't have no drawn butter. And then you eat that, and then you get it all over your face, and it's like, well, I need some more. Then you get that meat out of the claw, and then you gotta get that up out of there and dig it out, and then you get the legs, and you get that, and then you get that knuckle, that hub. It's got a lot of meat up in there, but it's very unappealing to eat that in public unless everybody's doing it. Everybody wearing bibs and shit.
That's where it was, Trip. She had to see me smashing out on my wings.
Get some sauce, up by your ear, you be all right. Make her feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could do because I'm just like, hey, I can't eat this shit. I told her that before we went down there. I was just like, all right, we can go down. She said, ain't that your man? I said, yeah, that's my boys. Go down here and eat. We pretty much didn't pay for nothing because that's how he was with me. He's, oh, you got your girl with you? Oh, don't worry about it. And just start bringing us stuff, man. I ended up giving the waitresses a tip, but that's just how he was with me. And man, dog, she ate 3 buckets of them shits.
Yeah, shit. You know, they're delectable, delightful, delicious. You know, but if you're not a shrimp person, you could maybe substitute even scallops, which are delicious. You know, calamari, different but lovely fried. Um, yeah, scallops can probably substitute for this if you can eat those. You know, but scallops, calamari, scrimps, you know, all that, lobster, you know, tails or claws, whatever, yeah, shit, all of it, shit, crab, king legs, you know, the little mud bugs, the little crawdad things, I'll suck the shit out of those too.
You talking about crawfish?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's yeah. You got to really be into that kind of stuff. I ain't never been a seafood crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Never was, man. You know, maybe if I was born down there in that culture, I'd probably be nuts about it like everybody else is. I wasn't, I'm just like, all right, give me some seafood. That's what you eating. Give me a few, and I'm done with it. I ain't going out my way for no seafood.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the unless you're getting actual fillets of some, you know, larger fish, you know, those little like the cucaracha sizes, they got to eat a lot of them, you know, so that's where, you know, the big portions come in and the bibs and the sauces and all that stuff. Because, you know, remember, they're that big, so you got to eat, you know, a pound of them to eat a pound, you know, if you eat a pound. So, like, yeah, it's
All
shrimp
right,
Creole. I'll be all over this because I got all of the ingredients in the house, you know, except for, well, shrimps.
all right, Trip, pop out and pop back in because you start fragging again.
Uh,
All right, while Trip is doing that, I do have a the Louisiana stories that I have is strange because one part is my short visit to Louisiana as a visitor, and then my little bit longer trip to Louisiana as an emergency responder. That's my only two experiences with Louisiana, and I'm telling you, both of them was eye opening. Me being an emergency responder, going down there, as a with a cleanup crew to years after Hurricane Katrina happened was an eye opener. Just culturally, I realized how bad that was. When you see stuff on TV, you think it's bad when you see stuff on TV until you get on the ground. And this is way after the water receded and people were out of their homes and people were just trying to figure out where to go and where to be. I got to see Louisiana in trying to repair itself, or not in Louisiana, but New Orleans trying to repair itself. And it was eye opening, man. It was heartbreaking and eye opening at the same time. But I learned a lot when I was down there about the culture, and I started to understand that, like, it makes you understand why people go so far out of their way they don't want to leave New Orleans when they there because it's so good and so bad at the same time. It's violent on one end of it, and then the culture is so great on the other end of it. It's like being in another planet. It's like somebody drops you off in New Orleans for the first time. You think you land in another country at least. That's how different it is down there, man. But man, and all that comes with the food, the flavors. I just never seen such a diversity of flavor or experienced such a diversity of flavor in so many different places than I did when I was in New Orleans. It just the flavors are so diverse down there,
yeah, a lot of different cultures coming together.
man. But yeah, man, I was just telling them little stories about me down there in Louisiana. I went down there a couple of times, man. Well, New Orleans a couple of times, man. I want to go there just to hang out for about a week or two. What I mean, and really dig into that. I had a cousin, one of my favorite cousins. He's gone now. He's older. He's much older than me. He comes for every event up here, but he he dug his roots in down in New Orleans and was there for about 30 years, man. And he just loves it down there. He passed away down there. Swears by it.
Yeah, it's a little much. I mean, it's cool, to visit, but that humidity, yeah, I can't mess with that. And then Bourbon Street, yeah, fun. Yeah, I've been there. That ain't nothing but Rush Street. Other than the food, yeah, I just be huge.
Yeah.
Down eating shrimp and grits, the shrimp creole, all the different dishes they got down there, all the different ways that they prepare the frog legs. Num 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 num.
That's where I tasted my first frog leg. That's my first taste of boudin sausage. I tasted boudin sausage, cheesy boudin sausage balls, deep fried. I'm talking about deep fried, and they were so good. I mean, all kinds of different stuff. First time I had crawfish.
Then, of course, the beignets, little pastries.
Yeah, those you better. Hey, no matter how old you are, if you ain't been down there, Ron, you better go down there, man. You better. That's a bucket list thing. You got to go just for your taste.
You gotta visit it. You gotta visit it.
Go down there.
You just taste the local fare. Listen to a couple of I keep wanting to say Art Vandelay, but that ain't right. What's the name of the goddamn music down there? It has a name.
What are you talking about? Jazz, funk?
No, not that one. The what's the name of that New Orleans sound? It's not it all sounds alike. You know it when you hear it. You got that twang to it.
You talking about second line live music. That's that New Orleans. That's that what they call that shit.
There's a name for it.
I don't know.
It's not the ones where they have the funerals in the street. Not those.
It's the same kind of stuff. You talking about the New Orleans? What do they call that shit?
Zydeco.
Man, dude.
Yeah, Zydeco music. That's that shit.
It's the most jamming shit ever.
Yeah, thank you. What is that, Jamal?
Shout out to Jamal.
I came up with it right as you was typing it. Once you hear that, it's like, yeah, that all sounds just alike. But that's their shit.
It's so
everywhere.
I tell you what, you listen to that, what you call Zydeco. Or Zydeco, whatever you call it.
Yeah, Zydeco. I thought it was Go.
You put that right next to some go-go music from DC. And the only difference, it's really not a lot of difference there. Maybe maybe the patterns of the drums. But it's not a lot of difference there.
Well, true, because all go-go music sounds alike to me, whereas all Zydeco music sounds alike to me, but they don't sound alike to me. The Zydeco and the go-go. I mean, similar, but get that let me clear my that they got that higher pitch, sound, with the horns and shit, and then they're very upbeat, so they have similarities.
There's more
totally
percussion. There's more percussions and skins in the go-go. And the rhythms are more, there's more of it than it is in New Orleans. It's more horns than it is anything in New Orleans. It's more drums than it is anything in go-go. Different problem.
Yeah, but that's that thing. Experience the music, and eventually, if you're down there long enough, you'll pick up on their accent and understand what the fuck they be saying. The locals, when they get to be talking in raps, they're like, what?
Hey, I'm telling you, a female, and I don't mean this in a witchcraft or voodoo type of thing.
Yeah.
But there's a way that New Orleans women talk that will seduce you, bro. Hey, baby, Come here, baby. Everybody's baby. But you don't know that if you ain't from New Orleans.
Well, but see, that scares me because, being not from New Orleans, the only uh, point of reference I had for them were movies. And all the black women in New Orleans, were the voodoo queens or priestesses, and and they all had that accent, and so it was always a fear. It's like but like you were saying, they're all individuals, but when you hear that accent, it's like the Southern Bells, like throughout Georgia and
So
Tennessee,
charming, man. So charming.
It's like, oh, listen to you, girl. And then it's like you hear that New Orleans, that they got that twang. It's like, I hear you. But yeah, it's unique. You experience that. And you gotta.
It's very genuine, Trip, when you get out into the country a little bit. Outside,
Yeah,
right
I'm going
outside
that
of New Orleans. Like inside of New Orleans, that can be dangerous, boy. You can get lured into a trap like that.
Yeah.
Outside of New Orleans, when you're in the country area where they just country out there, it's so real, man. That's real. That's how they move out there.
We when I was growing up, my aunt was good friends with one of her coworkers, and so we got invited to their family reunions over the course of several years. A couple, they were in Washington D.C., Detroit, here in Chicago, and then they had some cousins down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and so we would go down there. And once you get accustomed to the humidity, which you never do, the hominess, the friendliness, just the non, it's like they don't give, what designers are. They don't know nothing about none of that. They're just like everyday people. Country as all get out, but nice folk, very friendly, very kind.
Them be the people you need on your side. And
Mm-hmm.
you go down there, one of my pet peeves about being in the South as a northerner, and and how Southern people perceive us right away. And I noticed that like before I moved down there, over the years, going here, going there, down there, I noticed that there's a little bit of trepidation between us and Southern people because of how some other Northern people have come down there and represented themselves, calling them country and slow ass, all that kind of stuff, thinking because you live up north, you're better than somebody kind of attitude. And that's as bad as going as an American to another country, looking down on another country because it's not what you're used to. It's as bad as that. And one of the things I did when I was down there is ingratiated myself in a way that I let people know, man, that ain't me. You know what I mean? People, I don't like that. I don't like that shit whatsoever. Country is country, and it's country motherfuckers right up here in Illinois. You know what I mean? And I let them know, like,
Country as all get out.
Yep, ain't no different between us. Y'all just go different than us, man. You know what I mean? You know, it's funny, and pardon my French, but I remember describing this to somebody at somewhere, and I was just like, the difference between us, and we was talking about some street shit, right? I said the difference between us and y'all down here is like we can hear y'all coming from a mile away and know exactly how to handle that. And up north, I was like, man, these type of people, these type of motherfuckers lay up under your mother's porch eating rice for 3 weeks, waiting on your ass. You won't hear nothing until it's time. And that's the difference. You like everybody is so loud down there, but that's just the culture there. That don't mean they slower or none of that shit. It's just the culture, man.
Right, because they got a country twang or maybe talk a little bit slower. Doesn't mean they're dumb or stupid. It just means they talk a little bit slower. You got a little twang to them.
That's it. They plenty smart. They just got a little That's just southern shit. Y'all here probably hear fireworks going outside my window. It's gonna be like that for the next few days, man. It's been like that for the last 2 weeks. But shout out to Michael White, just busted up in here. He said, "Yeah, Nomad. I remember Chuck Brown and the go-go music from the DC area in the late 80s. Here we go again. Was a favorite of mine. I think, and you know what, Michael? Thank you for coming up in here and making circling me back to that, because DC and the go-go scene is probably, besides that music down in New Orleans, probably the most underrated music in the culture, and some of the toughest music in the culture. You know, you got to have a certain taste for certain kind of instruments, and you, like me, I love drums, I love horns. So either one of those musics definitely, it meshes with me. So yeah, he's right, man. That's some of that shit. Chuck Brown, man, dog, it's some dope ass music down there.
But I mean, when I hear go-go, the first thing that comes to mind is when I was on campus at Norfolk State University, Norfolk, Virginia. You know, checking them out on the weekend, and we was at a party, and they played, you know, "Let Me Clear My Throat." DJ Cool, come on, son. People lost their shit. But then outside of the East Coast, I think the most popular go-go song would be from the Spike Lee movie, School Days.
Oh yeah. That was the introduction to the world to go-go music through that movie, I think. Unless I'm mistaken, it might have been some other movie that did it, but from what I know, that was probably the introduction, go-go's introduction to the world.
And you know, so you know, they thank Spike Lee for that, because that was a nice music placement, and that song was dope. You know, hey, sexy, I want your butt, hey, do I in the butt?
And
you know
probably,
what I'm saying? You know the song.
Let DC people tell you that's the most commercial go-go you can imagine.
Well, it is, I'm sure.
Marie, one thing. Hey, you know what, Jamal? I gotta say this, bro. The minute I heard Marie, I was smitten by that song. Da 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 da. It's all go da 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 da. You know what happened? This finna get controversial, bro. Beyonce's whole stardom explosion came off of Marie and that go-go shit.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you went there. Oh, you saying that
stole her style.
That Queen Bee, you know, her whole steez was bitten.
All that was Marie.
Oh,
look at her stage performance, and listen to some of the music that made her popular. It's all Marie. It's everything. It's Marie.
Jamal said, "Tell it."
He know I ain't lying. She hijacked Marie. Marie doesn't have. I'm pretty sure she got a career somewhere. She can perform if she want to, but that should be Beyonce. Marie should be Beyonce. She hijacked her entire style, bro.
So Beyonce's Marie with a marketing department.
Man, dude. Everything about Beyonce was Marie in that one song.
Yeah. And then you make a, you know, it wouldn't be the first time, you know, that someone, his whole style, steez, persona is bitten and redone by somebody that blows up. You know, it's like, you know, original, that was this person. And I was like, yeah, they don't exist in my world because I am my world.
Jay-Z wouldn't have a career if Biggie was here.
Yeah. You know, he you know, still probably be in shit Rikers Island or some shit. You know what I mean?
Jay-Z would be a
Marcy son.
He'd be a regular degular on the rap scene if Big was still here.
You know, but now you got you know, him and her, you know, power couple. And And then you get the kids, you know, they're gonna be, you know, young royalty, you know,
And
because
who?
you're from a power couple and such.
Only in the eyes of people that look at shit like that, not mine.
Well, I saw something where that one boy, that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith boy, Jaden, he got some kind of designer thing, and it's like, well, who is he? Why is he a designer? And that shit he's designing is like, well, who's wearing this shit?
I actually feel sorry for those young kids like that because they're innocent, man.
Well,
They coming up in the shadows of people that society has deemed as superstars.
mhm.
That's it's kind of hard for you to carve your own niche or your own way when you got that going on. But one thing about life is no matter what, you gotta go above and beyond to be an individual. And,
Mhm.
and
Well,
that's
the thing,
you
well,
gotta
I think I see what you're saying, and like they have their own issues. Let's say growing up in the spotlight or in the shadow of the spotlight. But then also you see the flip side of that when you have other, you know, juniors or children of movie stars that go on to have their own stars that don't have the anxieties of others. You know, and it's like, oh wait, who her mama is? Oh wait, they're actors kids, because I can't even think of all the names now, but there's so many, you know, young actors and actresses that are children of, you know, famous actors and actresses.
Mhm.
And it's like, well, yeah, the everybody's different, everybody's household is different. But if you look at their mama and daddy, you know, if they ain't right, you can see they got it honest. I'm just saying.
Mhm. Look at Michael White. He says, "I appreciate that, Nomad. It's an underrated form of music. While rap held the coast of America's attention, house and go-go are rising like a phoenix from the past." I'm telling you, he's right.
Mhm.
That's how
Well,
things go. It's going full circle right now.
Well, I didn't realize how. I mean, being, you know, there when House was originated, that it like Tyree Cooper and Farley and Frankie Knuckles, you know, went to Germany and Italy and all overseas, and people love house music over there, like to this day.
Hmm.
And it's still on the underground tip more so in the city, even though everybody knows it. You know, you're downtown, you know, midday at a lunch concert, and you throw on some house music, you're gonna get a square of people jacking it up, you know, during a lunch hour. You know, everybody knows it, but outside of the city, I didn't realize that it was more of an international thing and not just local.
I got to say this, Trips, and this is for you, Michael. All you have to do is listen to the intros of Nomad at Night. I guess you can call it some extra sauce. Ain't really hip hop influence, but Feed the Bears. You listen to that intro, and that's you guys' first taste into what I like to produce. The kind of music I like to produce. My heart and soul is hip hop, but let me tell you something. To be conscious is to understand the moment, and to be able to understand the moment, you have to be different. You have to read. You have to feel. You have to have instincts, and my instincts tell me. And by the way, I've been producing music, and I've been producing a ton of it. I've been getting slivers of hip hop here and there. You know why? Because the collective consciousness is tired of that fucking sound, and they're tired of what it's doing to our communities, our culture. That hip hop sound out there, that cookie cutter ass, weak, violent ass, put on us culture, and that sound that is destroying. My conscience is hardly letting me even go there. And the other stuff that's coming out of me is a lot of what Michael was talking about. It's a lot of house, go-go sound and stuff, a lot of mid-tempo, R&B, stuff that changes the frequency. And the more and more I look out there, the more and more I realize I'm definitely in tune with what we need to be doing. That's just not, we gotta change the frequency. And music has always been the guideline for whatever society is going to be. Music typically dictates how either loving, cohesive, how people assimilate typically comes from the music that guides the culture.
Yeah, the music sets the tone, sets the mood. If you're listening to, some heavy metal, mosh pit, angry type shit, you're gonna be angry.
Mhm.
You listening to some Sade, some Anita Baker, you're gonna feel a little certain way, a little soft, a little gentle touch, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe you want a little mix of some hip hop and some softness. You listen to some Portishead, or some Massive Attack, and you chill. Or if you want to, you study, you listen to some classicals, some concertos, or some opera. So music soothes the savage beast, but it also calms it, invigorates, it motivates. Whatever music genre will have an effect on the human psyche if you're into that shit. And so you want to chill, you put on some Miles Davis, some Bob Marley, Tracy Chapman, whatever you're into. But if you want to, you work out, you want to get up a little bit, you throw on some AC/DC or some Metallica or some Run DMC or LL. You reflect whatever that art is you're feeling. Like Levante saying, music is art. And we got different art inside of us, some dark, some light, everything in the middle. And the music reflects that. And our moods, our activities. Because how many times have you been driving in the car and you park, after getting home and you're singing and you're jamming, and then you get in the car the next morning and you start it up and the radio's blaring out loud and you're like, oh shit, you gotta turn it down because you're not in that mind frame anymore. You're not in that mood. So now you gotta, you turn on your weather or your traffic or your morning jams, whatever that may be. Your favorite sports podcast, whether it be, the Nomad Network or a Kedz Canuck or Sports Chicago style triple RSCS, that you got on the YouTube on there on your screen, whatever it is, but we all have our moods and music is there for all of them.
Hey, All Smiles is right, because next thing I was going to tell you, Trish, without even reading All Smiles, I'm going to read it in a second here, bro. Thank you. I think frequency is a choice. I think frequency is a space that you have to tap into. You have to choose to go there. I think it's all around you, but you have to choose to align yourself with it and go there. Instead of, there's always the alternative, some darker, some, more destructive frequency that you can choose. But I'm gonna read his point. All Smile says the same boiling water that makes eggs hard will make a potato soft. You are in control.
Mm-hmm.
Dead ass right. I can't think of another way to say that better. That's dead ass right. That's why I say it's choice. You have to choose to into that frequency or let that frequency into you. But if you keep choosing every day to all the time to go to that dark place or that, that damaging frequency, just know that's you open up that box and allowing that.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you.
Change the station.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you can't change it, turn down the volume.
I don't even listen to music much no more because when I do listen to it, trust me, the frequency is great. The stuff that people are putting out right now, I have no desire to listen to it. None whatsoever.
Yeah. And same. And unless I'm someplace, where I don't control the music, in a waiting room or someplace or in a store or riding in the Uber and somebody's playing something, I don't know the new music because I have no reason to listen to it. I don't listen to the radio and at home. I listen to what is it, Amazon Music or something like of an artist playlist or a genre. So it's like I'm good with my music, and when I hear something new, and it's like, yeah, this is new because it has that sound, and it's like, yeah, I don't like this, and it's just something that is like, all right, if you hear something new and you like it, cool, because that's the beauty of music. Something new is always coming out. And so it's like you got your comfort zone, which is usually, your formative years, like your high school era, whatever you were coming up to at that time is usually your jams. And then when you came of age, like in your college era or, that time, that music takes you back to that time. And then that's plenty to listen to on a loop. You got your oldies, that you grew up listening to, but like the new shit, you can get by without it.
Trips, it's like this. I've always said this, and I believe music is universal. When I say universal, I mean that broad communication. If you had to transmit some music to, let's just start here, to the other side of the world, people that you hope are listening to, you get to transmit this music over here. It's just almost like throwing a note to the other side of the world, hoping that some people over there, if there are people over there, would hear it. And you're sending it in tones and music, rhythm. Would it be some damaging stuff or would it be some very inviting things?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about it that way. And those people that's receiving that, just like, okay, I just heard from the other side of the world, and this is what they send me. I don't know what it is, but it sounds good. Should we make our way there?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Simply that. Let's just take it out a notch here, and let's just say you got to transmit that out into space to some other realm or region of the universe. For the first time, they get to hear what we sound like on Earth. What would you want us to sound like?
Do you want to hear a boop beep boop boop boop, or more like a trip? I'm a thug.
Yeah, I mean it's
What's the
that
message
simple.
you want to put out there?
It's that simple. It's that simple. Right now, the frequency in the hip hop culture right now is extremely harmful and it's intentional. I don't care what nobody says. It's very intentional.
Mm-hmm.
The people that are placed in positions to be influential, that's very intentional. It's intentionally effing us around. And until people realize that and get over what you can get out of it from a dollar aspect, we can't wait for that to happen for the people that's receiving that money to have a change of heart. No, we have to have a change of heart and not listen to that bullshit.
I give no airplay to none of that shit, but I did see something recently that was it Lil Wayne, and he's was that's Young Money Records, I think. I don't know none of the music, but I saw that one of the football agents, the agent of Travis Hunter, and I guess some other players, are joining under Young Money under a agency umbrella. So they're expanding, from their music industry investments into the football or the sports agent realm. So it's like, huh, cool. I see where they're going there, and I can dig it. I still don't listen to none of their music. And I don't know if I would, recommend their sports agency, even though I know nothing about it. But if it's affiliated, probably not.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just done with the big name people out there because most of them pretty much tasted forbidden fruit. I don't care how they morph into what, they tasted the forbidden fruit, and you can't trust them no more. But that's the I don't what's going on with Coach T, Mike. If you don't want to tell me live, you can let me know. And that's the email right there.
Oh yeah, what's going on with Coach T? Because
Yeah, I
last
know.
I heard, he was
He's
coaching.
yeah. I ain't been on Twitter, so I don't know. Usually, that's how I keep up with Coach. But
Yeah, he I don't think he's very active, but he was back coaching. He was deep into that.
I was loving that shit for him because that's really where his heart is at. Fooling and fussing with people on, doing these podcasts is hard to do, man. When you got football X's and O's and you like I do, and he does. I just found a good happy medium. Hopefully, Michael, you got this email down. Let me know if you want me to put it back up. But yeah, I told Coach, man. I told Coach the last time I talked to him. I just said I'm glad that you finally got to where you need to be because that's really where you want to be. Is coaching the X's and O's.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to coach it out here in the internet with these, Bears fans. They just going, I love doing it, and I hope. And I'm gonna ask you this trip before we move to another thing. When I sometimes I feel like I'm doing too much when I start breaking down football and trying to describe what I see with football, whether it's within a play or structurally in a scheme or something like that. Sometimes, I feel like I'm doing too much. But then other times people tell me, I like the way you make it simple for us. Because that's all I'm trying to do is make it simple as I can. Do you think we do that over here?
Yeah, and I think that the people appreciate it because it's not a simplicity factor that you're talking down to anybody, but just changing the verbiage or explaining a situation from a different perspective, and as opposed to just excuse me, as opposed to just these are the 40 times and the physical traits and how many times he did the bench press. Whereas you and share, well, his movement, his body flow, his in the games where he steps up or doesn't, him being just a generic player. And then you do the breakdown. So it's like, yeah, you do very, good, comprehensive, informative breakdowns without being condescending, which some of the draft nicks are.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, man, because I remember the first time I was on the show, I told people the only reason I'm here, and the only reason I'm choosing to share what I know is I feel like it's a space where somebody needs to come out here and make it simple. Explain football simply. You know what I mean? Because not everybody is into the X's and O's. You know what I mean? Not everybody's into all that film watching and the nuances of the game and all the kind of stuff that comes with it. Just break it down and make it simple so that anybody listening can understand. I remember I told Shorty that was the goal. And I believe since then we've achieved that. You know what I mean? And I intend to keep doing that shit because I do think it works. It works, man. You don't look down over your glasses over nobody that don't know football like you know football because we're not the same. But that don't mean you look at that person as an other.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to know. And if you can help them, you help them. And I do think people want to know. I
Yeah.
miss Coach T, as a matter of fact. Shit. He helped me not have to do so much explaining because he did it so well. Shit. I missed that motherfucker. Shit. But I know where he's at. He'd rather be out there with a headphone on, guiding young people. That's what he wants to do. The main thing being young people. He likes to mold young people, which I did that for far too long, and it's time for me to focus on myself now. So, all right, we need to get into some other stuff. Me being football. What up, Scrolls?
Red Baron, what up?
Hey, email me with that information, man. I'll holler at Coach T. I might have his number. I don't know, but I'll holler at him. Give me his email address just in case I don't, please. But let's get into some football. Let's start off with the Bears. Too bad Kedz ain't here for this one. I think he might enjoy. So shout out to Chat Sports and Harrison Graham. Pick this one up. So this is Paris Johnson on the right hand side of the screen. He is he got drafted the same time as Darnell Wright. Paris Johnson is a left tackle. Darnell Wright's a right tackle. But Paris Johnson is asking for $40 million. God
damn.
Yeah. And what people seem to be worried about is how much Darnell Wright might have to ask for. I'm going to just start off right from the top. Number one, I watched these two guys immensely. I watched a lot of tape of both of these guys. And I'm telling you, not just because he's a Chicago Bear, but I thought from watching both of these guys' tape, Darnell Wright's a better football player. He's more dominant. Now, Paris Johnson is a little bit more athletic. And I'm going to tell you, that should translate to a better run blocking offensive tackle, but it doesn't. Darnell Wright's a much better run blocking offensive tackle. If people might argue that Paris Johnson is a better pass protector. I would argue that. I'll be one of those people that argue that. I think they're somewhere in the same neighborhood. But overall, I think Darnell Wright's a better football player. And this guy's asking for $40 million. Reverberations of that trip could be, I don't know.
Well, I mean, he could ask for $40 million. That don't mean he's getting $40 million.
That's true.
You know, so even let's say
what up, FFG?
What up, FFG? But let's say they are comparable. Just being on the left side, don't they make more than right tackles?
That used to be a case. I don't know if that's so much the case no more.
All right, so possibly I think I heard like 25 million a year was like a price, or not a price, but a number put on for Darnell Wright. But shit, 40? Damn.
Hell no. If he don't get 30 plus million a year, it's a shame.
Well, what's the this is where Kedz needs to be here. Because how much I don't know how much tackles make. Is it 30 million? Is that high now?
The top tackle is anywhere between 28 and 31. It's always got to be the next guy up that expands the market.
So 35, 40 would be pushing a little bit, but 35 would be like, I guess, the new high possibly.
I think you bid high and you land somewhere in between.
Yeah, so whatever that number is, I think Ryan Poles has already stated that that's one of the priorities, or Ben Johnson, one of them, one of the priorities of the offseason is to address Darnell Wright's re-signing.
Wait a minute, who the hell you hear say something about 25 million?
I don't know.
They think
it was someplace, I couldn't tell you where, but that was just kind of like, probably about 25 million is the going rate that he'll get at right tackle. We'll see an FFG saying Paris can't play in the cold.
just because he played at Texas and he's playing in Arizona and inside. Now that's why he's saying that. You might be right. You might be right, FFG. I'm going ahead. I'm gonna take that, but I can't stand when people slight somebody like that. But he gonna have to play in the cold, goddamn it, because
the temperature drop below 60, he's done.
Yep. But I think he's a much better player. Let me read this. Michael White says, "I appreciate your player perspective on the NFL game. You're realistic and informative. I'll be with you the upcoming season, especially a few days after the game." That's what I'm talking about, man. Come on back, bro. Come on back. Because we never, we gonna always bring the right perspective to each and every ounce of a game and the season and players, and we're gonna break it down the right way. That's one thing we take pride in doing over here, is giving you a breakdown and having an understanding of all this stuff in a way that ain't trying to get clicks and views, man. I don't care about none of that no more. That used to be a thing with me. I don't give a shit no more. I'm just talking about giving the people what they come looking for, and that's information. Everything else, I've done my job after that, and we've done our jobs after that. So, again, man, but Darnell's a better football player all around. In every aspect of the game, he's a better football player. And this guy, maybe his I don't know who put that out there. I'm sure you wouldn't hear about it if Paris didn't have something to say about that. But if he's trying to set the market at 40, good for him. Maybe not so good for us, but I want them guys to get their money.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to pay the guys that have earned it and that are worth it. And the going rate is what the going rate is. You may not like it. Well, guess what? You don't have to like it, because that's what the going rate is. And I'm sure that the money people there in Hallis Hall, get the spreadsheets all, laid out for their future finances, and that Darnell Wright is, one of the players they want to take care of. Now, FFU saying Wright's still on a rookie deal for 2 years.
No, here's a problem with that, FFG. I'm gonna tell you the problem with that is, number one, I think you already waited a little too long, but I think this is where he needs to be. He's already made all pro. So the dollar value just went up just by that.
So you wait next year, 35 million.
Yeah.
Or 45
million. You want to tackle this bear right now. Right now, as fast as you can, get this wrestled down to the ground and handle. Because where his trajectory is going, you ain't gonna want to go, you ain't gonna want to meet that. I'm just telling you right now. Let's just say we take off next year and he's a major, like he was this year, a major piece of it, and why wouldn't he be? You think you got a problem now, you're gonna have a big ass problem by the end of this year. You wrestle this bear to the ground and get this thing done. Agreed or disagreed, Trip?
Oh yeah, I think he's earned, the any benefit of the doubt to say, well, he needs to prove it another year. It's like, no, he doesn't.
Nope.
We see who he is, and he's, he's the embodiment of what Ryan Poles wants, as far as his toughness, as far as his love for football. He fits what Ben Johnson wants as far as his athletic ability in the run and the pass. He's an ascending talent, and we need those. So you get him, extended now at, let's just say 30 million, whatever the number is, as opposed to waiting, another year. And now it's like, well, now 140 million, because we want him to keep ascending as a player, and he's still young enough that he would keep doing that. But as he ascends, he's going to want more money. And so if you could lock him in at a good, fair value for him and for the team, you do that now. Because I think Darnell Wright is beyond the point of, well, is he our, right tackle, of the future going forward? And it's like, well, yeah.
There's no doubt about it. One of the things I noticed when I was watching the Ben Johnson film when he was in Detroit, there was no question where most of the balls were going to be run at. That was on wherever Panay Sewell was. And he looks at Darnell Wright as that. And what you do when you start watching the film on the Bears last year, Ben Johnson's first year here, you start to see that develop. And overwhelmingly, when it came down to it, when the Bears had to have it, that ball went to the right side, over there where Darnell and Jonah was at. He likes that combination because they just smother and shellac people, both of them. And Jonah might be the most unsung hero of the bunch. Jonah was a beast. Darnell was a beast. You keep exploiting that. And so it got to a point when I'm watching in Detroit where there's no question where the ball was going to go if it was a run. It was going to be on the right side when they had to have it. And that's called dominance on that side. When you got two dominant players, it wasn't just Panay, but it was the guy next to him as well. Same thing here in Chicago. It ain't just Darnell, it's Jonah next to him. When you got that kind of dominance, you pay for it. NFL needs that.
Because some would say, well, let's get Darnell Wright signed at right tackle market value and then switch him to left tackle, like Panay Sewell is having to do. But what is Michael saying here? He said Paris may not be setting the market. He may be trying to make it so that the Cardinals will not sign him and he can go to another team with a brighter future, since losing takes a toll on your career. And being with the Cardinals, he's not won anything. So, yeah, he's trying to price his way out of town.
That's tactic shit that he's talking about. That's a good tactic.
Yeah. That's his agent is like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask for $40 million and make all the Cardinals, be like, what? Get them out of here. Then we're going to get you to a winning franchise and get you like $32 million.
It's a great tactic, and I can see because the Cardinals are going nowhere real fucking fast. Yeah. That's just the honest to God truth. They ain't going nowhere real fast, bro. And
they got a lot of running backs.
Yeah, that thing ain't going nowhere without a secure quarterback for the next 5 to 7 years. It's hard to get interested in what they got going on. It's a quarterback driven league, man. FFG is talking about what Justin Herbert got, which I don't know exactly what he got.
That he had like 2 years left on his current deal, and then they extended him and then rolled those 2 years into the deal. So even if Wright is signed, this offseason, the remaining 2 years would be rolled into the new deal.
I don't know. But I know this, man. They need to get that guy inked up before the season gets underway, because once it gets underway, that market value is going to go up.
Yeah. And, it's good to be at the point where it's like, hey, we got players that are demanding, some top salaries. That's what we want, right? Because that would kind of denote that they're probably good players.
Hey, I'm glad we're in that spot.
Yeah. And we've seen Darnell Wright out there, with one arm, doing his job. We've seen him against the Max Crosbys. We've seen him, in all situations, and he's always stepped up. So he's earned his extension.
For sure. You cannot get mad at none of this, man. We've been waiting several years for the Bears to get at a point where where a guy that we have on the team is valuable enough that means we have something going on here. To me, we got an offensive lineman that's good enough we got something going on. Let's just say that. Just leave that there, man. Let this thing play out the way it's going to play out. I'm not going to try to, play this guy down, man. I want him to get every dime he can effing get. because the next story we're about to talk about is the worst thing in the world. And it's football related, but it ain't Bears. It ain't Bears, but this is sad. I don't know if you guys heard about this story. Let me just read what's on here. He's former NFL superstar Chris Johnson has revealed that he was diagnosed with ALS at 39 years old, now 40. The disease has progressed so rapidly that he uses speech generating device to communicate after losing his ability to speak. Johnson shared his diagnosis and to raise awareness of ALS to encourage more support research. Let me just say, this is only going to get worse for him. And I'm telling you right now, this hit me like a ton of bricks. Just the thought that at 39, he was just, before that, he was just fine. And then at 39, he goes to the doctor, gets this diagnosis. And by the time he's 40, it's progressed to this part where he can't even lift, move. All he can do is blink and tell this AI generated device what he's saying. That's crazy to me. Number one. Number two, shout out to Chris Johnson and his family. And Lord, I support it. I just can't help but to go here, Trips. And I know you're going to say a bunch too. I'm connecting this to football. I'm connecting it to football. And some of the things that happen during a football player's career, and the fact that football players don't have health insurance post their career or during their career, really, is a travesty of Mount Everest proportions. That's some bullshit, but this is what football can do to you. And they're scared to make this connection, but I will right now. This is football related. I don't care what number. That's just what my instincts tell me. But go ahead.
Yeah, shout out to CJ2K, as AC reminds us of his nickname. But, on the front of this is football related and the player's health insurance or lack thereof, I go back to the playing surface. The World Cup is playing in NFL stadiums, and part of the World Cup is natural grass surfaces. And players around the league are like, man, how come we can't get that? And as we see the number of games go up, international travel go up, the rate of amount of games within, a week go up. You got to play 2 games in like 4 or 5 days, these players. And it's like, well, what the is your players union doing that you can't get health coverage, that you can't get grass fields, that you can't do anything except acquiesce to the owners? Now that's that part of it. Now, as far as Chris Johnson personally, it's like, man, that dude, I mean, it's just so fast. He was all good a year ago, as Biggie said, but now he can't. He's a prisoner in his own body. And something that struck me in the interview that I saw with him was he's like, his mind is sharp. His mind is sharp as a tack. But having the wherewithal to make it another day when you know that inside you are basically a prisoner in your own goddamn body, it's like, my nose itches. I wish I could scratch it, but I can't pick up my damn arms. I want to do something, but I can't because I can't. And now he has to have 24-hour care. Shout out to his family, that, supporting him. And luckily, I guess he had the resources enough or the notoriety enough to be able to be under the care of, a medical team that is, working hard, and he's able to have the resources to have the little talk screen thingy And so, that's all good, but I don't know I could do that. If I have a stroke or something where my body don't work but my mind's still up in here, like, and I can't talk, me can't talk, me I
Yeah,
got stuff I want to say, but I gotta no. And it's like I give him all the props in the world because I'm like, yo, anybody got Dr. Kevorkian's number? Hey, that's just the way I see it.
one of the things he said during the interview, which I love about him, and it is literally what he said. It's one of two things, bro. It's either you give or you fight.
Mm.
And he chose to fight. He could have went suck a way out of this, man. And like you talking about, Dr. Kevorkian it out. He could have went there, but he chose to fight and raise awareness and let people know. I got a feeling this ain't going to be the end. This ain't going to be the last thing that he has to say. But I appreciate him for having the cojones to let people know what his condition is. He could have tried to slink away from the spotlight and go deal with what he's dealing with, but he came and brought it to the world.
And the ironically funny dark part of it was he brought it to the world in his own voice, even though he can't talk, because he they were preparing for this time, back then a year ago, or less than a year ago, whatever the time frame, and they had him record words and sayings and phrases, so that now when he uses this device, it's actually his voice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like his mouth ain't moving, but his voice is talking, not a computer, voice or AI language, but his actual voice saying these things. And it's like the technology is advanced so that it can do that, but it can't do shit to fix his body.
It's so messed up, man. I can remember, and that's the thing about major sports and athleticism, and being a public figure by way of sports and entertaining people, just entertainment altogether. People see these guys as its just like you're an it. You're here to entertain me. That's all I want to know about you. Anything else, I'm gonna judge you for. I'm gonna judge you for anything else outside of your entertainment to me. So they love you while you're on the field. You get off the field and some stuff started to happen. You get into real life situations. That's where the judgment comes. And I look at this guy as a man, a father, a husband, and somebody that's come a long way, made a lot of money, and hopefully he saved enough, because there's really there's no safety net here.
Oh.
There's no safety net. Only thing he can do is hope he saved enough, and hope if he didn't, that some people pull together and help him out, help his family out. But this is going to be a long road for him, and it ain't going to end well if he doesn't have the right kind of money to help facilitate this. This is just going to cost more and more and more money.
Well, the bad part is it doesn't matter how much he has saved, because he's going through that. You would hope that he was able to make some investments that has some residual income, and he has stuff coming in, because with the lack of a comprehensive healthcare plan, this diagnosis, he's going to need 24-hour care, for the rest of his life, and people can live with this condition for many, many years. And so whatever is saved is going to be gone. And relying on, the government or GoFundMe's or the kindness of strangers, should not be a plan. But but it is what it is, I guess.
This has probably already cost them millions. I ain't gonna say that as a fact, but I would imagine it's at least costing several $100,000.
Oh yeah.
You know, this is gonna be bad, man. Oh man. Let me see. I hear you, Michael. I just got to turn a corner real quick. I'm gonna read it. Let me read it. He says, "Let me connect this to the Bears and their unwillingness to pay taxes on their new stadium. Why should the public pay more yet they not willing to get together and pay and take care of former players? That's it. When you hear me fussing and going off about F the Bears and F the ownership if they can't pay their fair share, this is part of it. Michael hit it dead ass on the head. Part of paying your fair share could help people like this warrior that's been on the field doing this stuff for our entertainment. That's exactly right. Part of that, paying your fair share, and people wondering why the Bears why the NFL doesn't provide insurance for these former players. That's why, because they're hoarding everything for them fucking sell, and I don't respect it.
How many decades do you think that the NFL, has known that it's like, hey, when human beings ram their head into other human beings at a high rate of speed, it does shit to their brain that's not conducive to long lives. They have the data. They just don't publicize it. They don't act on it. They don't take the precautionary measures by saying, hell, we're going to mandate guardian caps. We're going to, mandate that players have health care for the rest of their, lives, or after so much service time or however they do it. One play in the NFL, you get insurance forever. I don't know how do you want to do it, but you need to do something because it's not like the NFL can't afford it, to the point of paying their fair share. When you make billions in profit, there's room for further investment. And while the investment may not be in players that will continue to, play because they're older or retired or sickly, it's still a good faith, example of, hey, we're going to take care of our people. So if you play football, if you have some health stuff, you don't have to worry about doctors and none of that because we got you. They can do that. They just don't. And that's another thing with the players union. And it's like, well, why the hell y'all got a union and they don't do shit? I mean, because you can't get grass, you can't get days off in between games, you can't get this, you can't get that, but you can get your ass out there on the field and play when you have uh still conditions of concussion from a few weeks ago. How many fingers I got up? 2, you get your ass out there. Every team will still do that. And we as fans, it's like, well, he got hurt 2 weeks ago. Why can't he get back out there? Well, he's obviously not ready. And so during the heat of the season, we as fans also will put pressure on players to get out there. The players are putting pressure on themselves to get out there. The teams are putting pressure on them to get out there. So everybody's putting pressure on these players, but nobody's helping alleviate it. And then we see stories like Chris Johnson and all the other players that have succumbed to head issues. The family of Alton Smith, recently passed. They are sending his brain, to be studied. So there's plenty of evidence that a lot of these neurological issues are from playing football, but football is not doing nothing about it. And that's the fucked up part. And yet players still play and we still watch.
Here's what my brain is telling me. There's part of me that wants to boycott the game altogether when I see stuff like this, and for a couple reasons. There's not. I think the problem is we need to stop waiting and waiting and waiting for the NFL ownership, the owners, the 32 owners in the NFL, to have a conscience. That's the problem, is waiting for people without a conscience to have a conscience. They don't have one. Or we'd already be past this conversation. They don't have one. Their only instinct is to hoard not only wealth, money, hoard resources. And so that they are above the fray, and so that everybody else looks like an other. It's a billionaire's mindset. So long as they can stay above the fray, that's the only sensation they get, is so that they can look down on everybody else. They have no fucking intention to provide insurance to the NFL players. It's going to take the people that love the game, that pay for all this merchandise, go to all these games, pay all this wild money to enjoy these collisions and all the fanfare that comes with it. To say, you know what? Damn this. Keep this game. Whoever you can get to trot out on that field, you get to trot out on that field. But in the meantime, until you give these players the security that they need for banging into each other for your entertainment and for you to hoard all the money and resources, we ain't doing it no more. Because if you wait for the ownership to do it, it'll never happen. That's not who they are. That's not what they are. They're all about greed. They're all about looking down on us, the people that's having the conversations about these teams, while they eating caviar and shit like that and flying private jets. That's how they feel like they're human, because they get to be better than other people in their minds. That's what it's going to come down to, man. This should not happen without an NFL response, not a Bears community or a Titans community or anybody else is, doing these things on the internet, without an NFL response. An NFL response, not no effing tweet. Prayers and wishes to Chris. No, we need action. That's what it's going to come down to. And if I have to disengage as a Bears content creator to help see that happen, trust and believe I will do that.
But it can't just be a individual thing. It's like, he's got this media outcry. We'll take care of you, Chris Johnson. It's like, no, you got to do that for all the players. It's understood that as gladiators, that detriment to your health and body is a possibility, and probably highly likely. And that's understood. It's like you agree to play the game, you agree to take those risks. But they should be, looked out for health wise. And they're just not. And somebody was saying, I think that was Red Baron, that's on the players union, that. And it's like, yeah, it is. Because the players union has dozens and dozens of examples of former players who've, had their brain matter studied, and it's proven. It's like, yeah, CTE, concussion issues, our ALS, is that offshoot of these brain and issues and concussions and such. And if they can make those correlations, which they can, there's clear and present evidence. It's like, hey, insure us, insure your players.
My fault.
But no, it's like, no, we're going to add 3 more games, and we're going to add a Tuesday night game after a Sunday game before a Friday game, and players have to play in all 3, and they have to travel to the other side of the goddamn planet to do it. Yep. I mean, that's what we're doing.
It's bro, let me tell you something, man. And that was Scrolls, not FFG, that said that's on the players union. Here's the funny thing about that. Anybody that believes that somebody with only 32 guys that run the entire league, who picked the commissioner, let me be clear about that. They handpicked the commissioner to be the front-facing person on communications with the league. They picked that guy. He ain't just win that. No, they picked him. They handpicked him. You think it's any different for who's selected as the player union president or representative? If you think it's any difference than the no, there's no difference, man. So
Well,
the players union really they're toothless tigers.
Well, didn't the players, the NFL players union, in the last few months had a change of their leadership, because the former president and his assistant or vice president were in collusion with the ownership some kind of way.
Bingo.
You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, this is the players' representation. You know, looking out for self with the owners against the players that they're representing. So, you know, I don't understand all the ins and out or the details of that, but I do know that was like, yeah, they weren't having that no more. And so that their new rep hopefully has a better administration. But just the fairness factor of it all, you know, they're like, hey, you know, these young men are putting their bodies and lives on the line for our entertainment, for your profit. You know, at least take care of them.
The NFL is literally the good old boy network. It's what it is. And you, in order for you to get along and to be able to make ends meet within it, you better get along with the good old boy network. Flat out. Or if I'm wrong, we would have no need for the Rooney Rule. None whatsoever, because there would be diversity within the ownership. There is none. And so with that being said, you know exactly what it is. Whether or not you want to admit that to yourself or not, that's what it is. That's what we cheer on every goddamn time we come on one of these podcasts. We're cheering on the good old boy network, having control and an arms, just knuckle tight grip on these guys that you see on the screen. This guy that you see on the screen should be getting taken care of by the NFL, period. But it's such a violent game, and they just try to mitigate their risk. Like, we can't do that for everybody that comes in. We won't make as much money. No, you won't make as much money, but you will make money.
You're right. You still making a profit.
Yeah, you're gonna make plenty of money, but you won't get all the fat cat dollars that you want. And so you will choose not to take care of these guys that ruin their bodies to entertain you and your fan base that you make all the money off of. F you. As a former player, man, I feel nothing but animus towards the NFL for this. Because I noticed where it stems from. But that's go ahead.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's like, come on, y'all. You know, can we do better? And I just hope that the new leadership of their union, whatever it is, you know, got a shit ton of lawyers looking at all of the, you know, the safety hazards and needs. And it's like, hey, if we went to natural grass fields, we can reduce the ACLs and MCLs, you know, injuries by X amount. You know, we can reduce the concussions from heads bouncing off the turf by X amount because it's actually natural grass and not some kind of foreign hard substance with concrete under it. So there are things that the NFL can do that the players union shouldn't have to force them to do, but I hope that they do at least force them to do.
You know, the players union to do it. There's always, you know why always so much turnover there? Because there's always somebody there that gets in a position that has a conscience. And that's the guy they got to do away with. That's the guy they got to do away with. Oh, he feels for him too much. Time to move on to new leadership. That's just the bottom line.
You know, but you would think that as the players union, they're electing their own representation. who has their best interest at heart. But for the last few presidents, it doesn't seem like that's the way. It seems like, the commissioner or the owners have influenced whoever those presidents are. And it's like, well, no, here's what we need for the league, and here's what we'll give you for the players.
Man, this is so bad, man. This is so bad. This man. I mean, that man ran for 2,500 yards in a season. 2,500 yards. Broke
Yes.
records. And at 40 years old, this is his fate. And the NFL didn't lift a finger other than put out a tweet. No, hey, don't worry, Chris. The NFL is here to support you no matter what you're going. None of that. We're gonna, we'll call your family and you let us know what you need. None of that is what's supposed to happen. None of that happened, and that's sickening to me. That's
Yeah.
not only angers me, it sickens me.
But not only the league didn't, but not even the Titans. Or does the league say Titans no, as part of the league, you're not allowed to do that? Because now every team would have to do it for every other player, because now you've set the precedent.
It doesn't even need to be said. It's an unwritten rule. The Titans know what not to do.
But it isn't. What was the player for the Kitties over there? Didn't he get some kind of spinal injury on the field? But they still be wheeling him out during games and shit.
I'm thinking about the guy from the Ravens, probably.
Oh, was it the Ravens? Oh, I thought it was okay. All right, but it's somebody who got hurt, and they got paralyzed, and they still wheel them out every now and then. And it's like, I would hope that the team's taking care of them, but now looking at this, and it's like, man, I wonder if that dude even got insurance.
Handicapped show pony.
Right. It's like, oh yeah, let's cheer for this guy. Remember when he played and got fucked up? Like, yay, thank you. And it's like, all right, let's get back to the game.
Show
And
pony.
they wheel him on back to his nursing home or wherever the hell he lives.
I hate to be a bearer of bad news. I really do, man. I'm like the Oracle in the Matrix, man. I really hate to be the bear. I hate to deliver bad news to good people. But this is bad news. This is really bad news. Let me read what Scroll said, because I wouldn't be right. We read everybody else's stuff. He says, also, players play for different organizations, so which one would be accountable for their health? Question mark. That's why it's on the players' union. We just got to going through that, Scrolls. Like the union, it's like everything is handpicked when you got this kind of network going on. Like, you don't got no individuality in here. You might have a renegade actor that comes in here once in a while, and they'll put the screws to him because that's how the network works. But all these are yes men, bro. I don't care what they look like, who they played for, players union official, whether he's the president or vice. I don't care who he is. He's a hand-picked, toothless tiger, bro. And so that's really neither here nor there, bro.
Well, but here's the thing. Now that you have, damn near high school, they are getting recruited. But, high school sports, has their team insurance, but players can get hurt in high school with, head injuries that don't show up till later. Or maybe that high school kid never plays football again, but still has issues. But the issue that I'm looking at is the NIL thing with the college kids. Now, not every kid gets NIL money, whereas others gets millions. Is that fair? Well, that kid's better, so of course he's going to get the ads, he's going to get the money, whereas you're just a walk-on playing. Yeah, you don't get shit. But you all are practicing together, playing in games, and you're banging your head just like he's banging his head. Maybe he goes on pro, and if he doesn't and he has any issues, he's got a little money to fall back on. This other kid who has issues that doesn't go pro, never plays football again, has no coverage. There has to be some kind of way that all players, once you strap up, college, where they're getting paid, where some of them are getting paid, there has to be some kind of coverage from then on. And on top of that, there has to be everybody has to get a little taste. You know what I mean? Because they're all out there playing the sport, having fun, but putting their bodies on the line. And yes, they're talented players that are getting millions, and some are getting nothing. But can the ones getting nothing get a few grand, get a couple stacks? You know what I'm saying? Get a little something while they, top guys get paid. And as a players union thing, can we just increase the roster by maybe a few spots to give guys some extra time off to heal or between games, or instead of 53-man, make it a 60-man roster? Is that really going to break you? I mean, so there are changes throughout that would be more inclusive and be more health conscious for players, but they ain't doing none of that shit.
Trips, what's funny about what you just said, and I'm gonna put your comment up here in a second, Scrolls. What's funny about what you just said about I've been fighting about the numbers on the roster probably 5 to 7 years before you even met me. Damn near in fist fights about it. Some of the old school cats I'll be fooling around, hanging around with, they just like, man, they need to toughen up. They need to be able to manage their bodies and take, man, dude, what the fuck is you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Dog, they need more people. I'm talking to a person that ain't played no football for past what 7-8 games in high school or something, if they played that. Talking about 17, 18 up to 20, 21 games. They need more than 53 dudes.
Yeah,
it's just flat out. But that's a whole separate conversation that I wanna press that issue for real, Trips. Thank you for reminding me about that.
mm-hmm.
But getting to the Scrolls comment, he says, and he's just responding to me about the union, the players union. He says, I know I'm in a union and we deal with the same crap. Our steward run right back to the management every time. That's it in a nutshell, which is why we don't get no progress. So basically, they're just plants in there to get information and run back to the owners, and the owners decide from there. There's bad eggs within. Let's just say you get you elect a new president. This guy just come off the field. Let's just say Hayward from the Pittsburgh Steelers decide to retire next year after this season, and they elect him president tomorrow. I mean, right after he retires, I want Hayward, not Jason Hayward, but whatever his name is. I want him to be the president. Now he just wants to come in there and create change, right? And all his intentions are good. He wants to express to the NFL and its ownership that this is what we need. This is our list. We need this. Everybody else in that room is working against him. Everybody. And he just doesn't know it. And so he thinking he's making great progress. These people are listening to him. They agree, man, you know what? You're right, man. We need to do that. Put that on the table. Let me take it back to, and before you know it, he getting wrestled out of position because he cared too much. Same thing is going on in your union, Scrolls, unfortunately, which is why y'all end up at standstills and all unions. I think unions are good in this country. It's great. It's great because without that, they could not deal with corporate ownership in the way it needs to be done. They just run over everybody. Unions are one of the best things that ever happened. But even that can get gangster. That can get gangster as hell too, especially if people in power too long. But that's the way of the world right now in capitalism. You got stuff like this going on. But let me pull up something else. This is I would love to go to some better news, but this ain't better.
Nah, just saying tackle Mike Utley. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. is who Trips was thinking about. He's 61 years old now.
Yeah. Yep. Right on with that one, Notch. Yeah. Mike Utley. Mm-hmm. All right, but we gotta change speeds a little bit, and because this conversation can go on forever. But we got other stuff to talk about that's even bigger than the NFL, man. Is we talking about the world here. And guess what? We got to start like this. Give me a second. Okay. Let me wait until Triple R gets ready to come back onto the screen. Oh, there he is. You there, Trip? I think Trip is frozen right now. So let me go ahead and read.
No, I was muted or something.
Yeah, you was muted. You feel like reading this, or you want me?
Yeah, you got to read that one.
Okay, so I've been talking about for weeks that we're gonna reach critical mass by July 4th. We're talking about for not weeks but months that if we reach July 4th with this war in Iran and they haven't settled this oil issue, we're gonna have an issue. And I'm gonna break it down and give you critical mass as to why we got to this point. I remember saying this to kids that I had a date, and this is why. I'm gonna just read it off. The July 4th deadline has become a critical focal point for U.S. oil reserves. The convergence of peak summer travel and ongoing war with Iran is rapidly draining domestic stockpiles of crude. Emergency storage tanks could hit functional rock bottom, removing a vital buffer against severe energy and gas spikes. This is what we all feared. Economic markets, financial markets, just economic stability all over the world feared this day. We already was up against the edge of effed up in the beginning. Now we come into July 4th and acting like everything is normal and everybody's just traveling all over the world from the United States and acting like this is normal. No, this ain't. Trish, what's your thoughts about anything that's being read here, man? Because we had a point here.
I mean, what can you say? You elect a clown, you get a shit show. So we are just living in some of the wake of the crap barge as it sails through, and the stockpiles that were there, the emergency buffer ain't there no more. So the costs that we have to pay and absorb through the higher cost of everything, not only just the actual fuel itself, but everything that is tangentially related to the higher cost of fuel, meaning things that are transported in, trucks. What up, Smitty Q? So, I mean, this is elections matter. So this is, the result of very asinine decisions. And as the average citizen who's not paying attention to politics or paying attention to, geopolitical issues, they're just going about their day, getting the kids to school or getting to work and home, and they don't notice anything until prices go up. And it's like, wait a minute, what the hell is this? I put in $30 and that should fill me up, but now I got half a tank. What the hell's going on? I spend $150 at the grocery store. I expect to have 10 bags, not 2. So people that aren't really paying attention only notice when it hits them personally. And like with the healthcare issues, it won't until they get sick or their family gets sick, and they realize that the safety blankets that the country used to have, like these emergency backups, aren't there anymore. Now there's going to be an uprising. But as far as people know, things cost more. There's a war going on. We don't know why. We can't control it. We just trying to, pay this month's rent, pay this month's mortgage, trying to get some food, maybe blow up some fireworks, have some barbecue. I don't know. We're trying to do our typical customary things, but these are not typical customary times. But the longer that the unaware are walking around with, their heads in the sand or blankets over their eyes, the more reality is going to hit them in the face really fucking hard when things are to the point that it's like, hey, the people that have been telling you to maybe stock up on some stuff, some food, some necessities, some water, and you didn't do none of that. Now, whose fault is that? So there's going to be a lot of reality checks coming up, even though we may avoid, this disaster or that disaster. There is always going to be another disaster. And especially when our leadership is self-imposing these disasters, it's like, yeah, so, just prepare the best
I'm,
you can.
I'm gonna tell you something, man, and this might be a little bit controversial because I don't like politics on this channel, man. People, I have my own politics. I think the way I think, and I do the way I do because I don't just think about myself. I think about everybody around me. That's the way I go. When I go vote, I think that way. You know what I mean? What's the best for everybody? However, on the flip side of somebody like me, you have so many people that are so intentional about wanting to strike a blow to the people that they don't like, whether it be because what color they are, what they believe. I can understand to an extent if you talking about trying to hurt people who are devilish. I'm talking about straight devilish, and if they got political power, you should probably want to get them out of power. But it's not that. It's a racial thing going on right now where people want to hurt people that don't look like them. They want to strike a blow to people that don't look like them so bad. Even if it takes them to slap themselves in the fucking face with a Louisville Slugger, they'll take that just to try to hurt. And you might not even land a blow on this person or these people. You might not land nothing, but it's worth it. Their impulse and instinct to hurt people that don't look like them is much more powerful than my own safety or well-being. That's what we're dealing with. That's the problem. I'll slap myself in the face with a bat 100 times just so I can get a chance to hurt that. That's the problem. And if we had better people on this continent that are willing to just say, you know what, I was raised with this mindset and these thoughts, and I ain't never broke that cycle, and that's my problem. But you don't have that kind of self-reflection. You just got people that feed right into their stupid ass cycle. And because their inferiority complexes help that. It's nobody else's fault but yours. If you help this happen. But guess what? The people you're trying to hurt, you're just making them stronger. But if it felt good, good for you. Good for you. Just remember that. As everybody else suffers, including yourself. That's where we at.
Yeah, it's some would say the Confederacy rides again. Because this country, America, went to war with itself civilly, and one side was victorious and the other side wasn't. The other side regrouped, and here we are. So it's it's a very weird thing to say in 2026, but you know, it's going backwards, you know, back when it was great to some people, you know, to the 1800s. And it's just every day we see different examples, different, you know, laws, different, you know, executive orders. And it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, the was it the Supreme Court, you know, said that Haitian, you know, immigrants could now be, you know, possibly deported. And it's like, you know, that's a lot of people's lives
Yeah.
that affect other people's lives.
Here we are now. Here we are now. And you're gonna see energy prices, your gas prices, just go through the roof. Because guess what? I was just looking at, was it the 30th? That was yesterday, right?
Yep.
The 30th. Oman, critical partner to the West for a long, long time, right there in the Middle East, right there next to in the region of Iran and strategic partner, broke ranks and decided they're going to make a deal with Iran to charge a fee or a toll to anybody coming through the Strait of Hormuz. And so their strategic partner, United States, Israel, strategic partner that was going to help them, you know, kind of detooth the lion, is helping them get more teeth now because they see where this is going. There's no win situation for us here. It's a lose-lose situation. And the only thing you can do is mitigate the loss at this point. But the pride and the ego and the self, I mean, you gotta be a stupid MFer to even get in this position in the first place. This is easy to see. The people in that region of the world have way more in contact, I mean, way more in together if you give them a reason to be together. Now they got a reason to be together. Now what you gonna get out of that? And all your wealth is derived about who controls the most oil and who controls the most energy. Now you ain't got no teeth. All because you hate. All because people hate.
Because it was an issue, you know, a little while ago.
Man, this is the stupidest shit. But that's what you asked for. That's what you wanted.
You know, it's like, hey, I'm gonna take out my schlong, and then I'm gonna tap dance on it. And it's like, well, won't that hurt? I don't know. Let's find out. Then you do it, and it's like, oh, that hurt. I'm like, well, what do you do it for? But you knew that was gonna hurt. I mean, common sense, damn it. Jesus. See, FFG said we got billions of barrels of oil in Alaska.
Man, please.
We are losing out on the money we are still making off of OPEC since the 50s because our percentage has been getting smaller every couple of years.
How far you think a billion barrels of oil can go? Is I'd be interested to know. Because
it ain't gonna last long.
No. A billion barrels of crude oil. You got to remember this, man. It's some variables to consider. Number one, the first thing you got to know is we're at war. And so there's ships, there are vehicles, there are planes, all that need fuel. All of it. And they're flying and sailing everywhere trying to strategically get an advantage. And all that costs money. And so when it comes to you in the reserves, you dipping into the reserves, what do you think the first of those reserves is going to go to? The war. And guess who can be on the receiving end of, okay, now we got to spike the prices because we ain't got as much of it as we thought we was going to have.
Into the reserves. Exactly. You know, it becomes more valuable per ounce or gallon.
I mean, this is not even rocket science, man. This is stupidity, man.
You know, so this is 2026 and we see where we are, and the younger generations looking like, hey, our future looks like really jacked up, and it's like, yeah, it does. Let's see, what is this? Michael saying, I hear you, Nomad, but oh, hold on, let me get my spectacles.
I'll read it. He said,
I'm
I hear you,
tripping.
Nomad, but things look better in the future because of the younger generation. The growth will be uneven. Iran will charge a toll since the USA will not pay reparations. That's
Yeah,
a
it was free before, but now it's like, whatever. Well, was free before, but now whatever that toll or transition fee is now added to the price of whatever those ships are hauling. So if it's fuel or products, now that fuel and those products are that much more expensive to the end user.
So it's the original sin that they are charging. Like, you ain't paid these people for what you did to them, and you refuse to. You give everybody else money, but you choose to treat these people like dogs, and your citizen tries to match that, taking every opportunity they can get to try to insult them, degrade them, try to hurt them, unalive them, and Iran sees that. The best thing about the internet is, you know, somebody that can be thousands and thousands of miles away from you could be your next door neighbor through the internet. So nothing is unseen. Even in Iran, they try to, accuse this place of being a third world country. They're more civilized than we are. And I mean that in every way possible. You can start thinking about what they believe religiously. Trust and believe everybody doesn't think the same in Iran either. That's just the toll we want to give them. But this is bad news. No other way to put it. And we need to start thinking about some ways to mitigate this as citizens. That's the only reason when you hear me bring up bad news and give you bad news like this, there's always going to be some kind of response to it to help mitigate what we as citizens going to have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
Yeah, indeed.
You can read this one if you want to, Trip.
Oh, yeah. Practical prep. Drive 10 miles per hour slower on the highway. 2. Find remote work if possible. 3. Combine errands to reduce mileage. 4. Carpool with coworkers and or neighbors. 5. Lower the thermostat or raise it. 6. Purchase an energy efficient vehicle. 7. Avoid unnecessary travel. Stay your ass at home. 8. Go and get an oil change on vehicles immediately.
Let's start with the bottom. No, let's start with the top, because that's one way. If you gotta get on the road and you gotta drive, there's a certain way you can drive to save gas. If you got to do that, and if you're, and I think we are at critical mass where every time you got to go pull up that gas pump, I know it's hurting. I know it's hurting, and it's going to get worse than what you've been seeing. And so you can drive a little bit slower. You don't have to be the fastest person on the highway and getting mad because somebody ain't moving fast enough around you. You need to slow your ass down and stop having road rage, number one, and stop being late for work. This is one way to help mitigate what you're about to go through. This is one way to do that. Find remote work if you can. Well, let's just stop there. How many trips have you, is this even, is there enough of this to go around so that people don't have to? I'll just say this. I think the world where people went to college and got a degree and found some administrative work, some office work, or whatever it was at some building, working in a cubicle, I think those days are over. What would you think about that, Trip?
I think they should be, Are they? It's hard telling because there are a lot of decisions being made that aren't the best or most conducive to the human element of the resource aspect and more of the control factor. So, get back into the beehive and get into your little cubicles there. Whereas workers are more productive and more relaxed, working from home, as well as the benefits of not, having to utilize the gas or the public transportation, taking up space on those resources. If you can do the gig from the crib, do it from the crib. But businesses, are frowning on that for some reason, even though it would be better for their bottom lines.
I don't know, Trips, how many executives you ever really been around to see how they go in the workplace. But let me tell you something about an executive that's in the workplace and you're somebody as an underling. Oh, they stomp and they make their presence known, even if they got a smile on their face. They let their presence be known. That's the only time, to your point, where I don't know how obsolete it is. The reason why it won't be so obsolete is because some of these people that are true demons, need the workplace so that they can feel, so that other people can feel their presence, so they can feel above everybody else.
Control factor. Yeah, that too.
Yep. You have some of that going on.
Control.
And so I've been around some of those people, and I'm just going, it's just like, dude, I don't know how you got to this point and why you're some executive, but I know you ain't worth shit. Just by the way you're acting. No
Yeah.
empathy,
Yeah, I
no.
mean, how many people do you know with college degrees or PhDs but are dumb AF in the head or got no common sense, whatsoever.
I know
You
they
know,
got. All I know is they got connections and parents that can pay for that kind of shit.
right.
They ain't
You
earned
got
it.
the network.
Yep. They ain't earned shit.
And that's why, I don't like to, disparage kids and say, oh, you're just a Nepo baby. You ain't never did nothing with your life. You look at the new ownership of the Bulls, one of the Walmart grandkids, and it's like, this fucking guy, probably never worked a day in his life. Now he's like, I'll go buy a part of a professional basketball organization. But does that mean he knows anything about basketball? No. Does that mean he knows anything about anything? No. So just because somebody is a boss or owner or a management or your supervisor, that don't mean they know shit. That just mean they know somebody. And and I know we've all had those jobs where it's like, how the hell did this dude get this job? Or it's like, why is my regional manager such an idiot? And it's like, oh, he's the owner's nephew or stepson or some shit. Or fraternity brother, or something like that. They did not attain that position through
No,
their hard work.
no merit.
None whatsoever.
No merit. Not only that, it's an abomination, as a matter of fact. And that people have to and have suffered, great losses because some fool that had no skills, no knowledge, no nothing, walked in there one day and just messing up people's lives. And you got that going on all over the place, so much so that I don't think people realize how embedded that is in the society. Like it's there's probably every person in this chat right now, every person listening to the sound of my voice that's ran into that at least once in their lives.
Mm-hmm. Shit, talking about that shit. I gotta go deal with that bullshit in the morning.
Everybody. I don't think there's an exception here unless you've been somewhere on a farm and working for dad your whole life or some shit. I don't know. But there's no way you haven't gone into the world and run into a guy like that, unless you had one job your whole life.
Even if you're an entrepreneur and work for yourself, sometimes you look in that mirror and be cussing yourself out.
It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the third thing, combine errands and reduce mileage. And I'm gonna leads me right to number 4. Carpool with coworkers and or neighbors. This is where this gets important. If you do have to get off location and go to a spot and go work for somebody, it's best to find out who those people are, where they live, and see if there's any kind of way you can carpool together. If you can, that's great. If you can't, you got to do what you got to do. But when it comes to reducing miles and trying to save some money in your neighborhood, if you can get with some of your neighbors and see when they go shopping and when they go start doing their moving around, if you guys can carpool together, let's just say this week, Caroline and Rick do it. Next week, Jason and Phyllis does it, whoever. But that's a good negotiation tactic right there to save some people some money. Would you agree with that, Trip?
Oh yeah. If they're willing to, y'all go put a little something something on the gas, and you're cool enough, or cordial enough even. And then also map out your errands so that you're not backtracking back and forth. If you want to go to the farthest errand first and then work your way back, so when you're done, you're back closest to the house, or you want to work close and go far, and then you express route back. However you do it, you plan it so you're not burning excess fuel. With the ride sharing or carpooling, you do that, and then if you are doing the carpooling and you have a car and your neighbor has a car, alternate. And this week you ride with the neighbor, give them $20. Next week they ride with you, give you $20. Take turns. Um,
Look
so
at
yeah,
Brian.
there's ways of doing it. You just gotta, be creative.
Look at Brian. He says, "Man, I hate doing ish like that." You know what? I do too, bro.
Mhm.
But
I
guess
don't
what? We
want
might be
no
reduced to that.
strangers up in my car, up in my car sneezing and touching shit.
We might be reduced to that.
And then
We
you
might,
got to get in somebody else's car, and it's like, man, why your car look like it got bed bugs?
yeah, I mean, we might be reduced to that. And if we want to make it, it's all about making it. And I hate it too, Brian, bro. You just like me. I don't want to have to depend on nobody else for nothing I got going on.
Mhm.
I know exactly the mindset. But in order to make it, it can get so astronomically hard for individuality to exist. You might have to, hey man, hey, when the next time you're going to hit you're going to hit Publix or some other grocery store, you might have to go there.
Right? And then it's like, man, I know this is the dude with the car that looked like he got bed bugs, but I gotta get these groceries.
Or just your neighbor's just annoying. You know what I mean? You don't like them.
Right? You just there because they live there. It's like, why are you talking to me?
Like they probably buttholes most of the time, and you can't stand them. Every time you go out there and go do something in your yard, here they come. Like, hey, get out my face, man. I'm just cutting my grass and shit, man. Get on with that bullshit now.
But that goes to, like, we're number 4, but number 6, purchase an energy efficient vehicle. That could even, depending on your area, be a bicycle or a scooter
E-bike,
or e-bike. There you go. So you can pedal, but you ain't got to.
e-bike. Even a moped. That's gas, but that's a whole lot less gas than a damn car. You know what I mean? And man, dude, there's so many ways to flex this, but e-bike is like dog. That is. I've been looking at them all week long. And I know that's not possible for everybody. There's a lot of people that have to drive a significant amount of cover enough ground to where e-bike is impossible. And
Mhm.
for those people, this is why I said purchase an energy efficient vehicle. Maybe deduce your problem to a smaller vehicle that can get you from A to B and ain't gonna cost you an arm and a leg and have you with a migraine headache because you don't know how the next check gonna look.
And nowadays the energy efficient vehicles aren't just the little subcompact joints that us with a little more girth to them. What she said? Yeah, more girth. Yeah, that's what she said. Don't really fit in. They get the little SUV trucks, that are higher up, a little roomier. But there are vehicles out nowadays that are energy efficient, that are roomier inside, but most of them now are gonna be hybrid or electric. So you got to make sure you got the infrastructure for that, wherever you live, if that's a thing. But yeah, the efficiency is premium and paramount nowadays. You can't be having no gas guzzlers or nothing running around burning oil, which is number 6 or number 8.
A lot of people gotta have their pickup trucks, man. A lot of people
But is it because they got got to move some heifers off the back 40? They
that's
got some.
ego shit. It's just ego shit. Let me read Brian Price.
They hauling hay bales. What you need to pick up your truck for?
It's just a vanity thing. Brian Price says right now, he says, right, my neighbor talks like Carol Burnett. Who the F wants to bro, everybody know that neighbor, man. Everybody know that neighbor. But guess what, B? You might have to deal with her just to mitigate some prices, man.
Straight or that neighbor that always smells like pee.
Cat pee.
It's like, oh Lord. I really need to go get this prescription filled, and the cat pee neighbors going up there. Let me get this ride if I can. Get back. You got cat hair all over your coat because all the cats in the hair in the car. It's like, why you got cat hair in your car? Bro, damn it.
I've been around them people, man. Like she goofy, her husband goofy, everybody goofy, and just like, hey, man, dude. Every time you see me come out of here, man, talk. You want to say so bad, man. If you don't leave me alone, let me do my shit, man. I'm just taking care of my lawn, man. Damn. Everything don't require a conversation. Go home, bro. Golly. But yeah, the next thing is this is the problem. Like I didn't want to get on my mama to the point where she was just like, you know what, man, I wish you shut up talking to me. She's in her 70s, mid 70s. And she wanted to go on a vacation with her brothers and sisters who are, older people. And who am I to tell her that, we got a problem right now? You know what I mean? Who am I to tell that to her? But outside of that, I did not say what I wanted to say to her, and I fault myself for that because I might have been able to stop them from doing that. But if you can avoid, especially you guys this summer, I don't care how long you've been thinking about going to Costa Rica or Cozumel, Mexico. I don't care. You probably want to avoid that trip, man. Straight up. Stay your happy behind at home, man. Until this is resolved, if it's resolved. But right now, save that money. That's the best thing I can tell you right now, outside of if you can grab you some kind of vehicle that's less, gas guzzling. If you can get an energy efficient vehicle and you don't have to drive a car every day, you should do that. But outside of that, stop. I know you've been working all year for your vacation. Man, put that SHIT on park. Save that money, bro.
Man, you better put that money in the bank and look up YouTube at the place you was gonna go. Just look at different videos and it's like, oh, that looked nice. Oh, that looked like it stinks. Oh, good times. Then take your ass to bed. Shit. You can live vicariously through the interwebs.
And also, that little money you saving, keep some cash around. $500 minimum, $300 to $500. Keep cash.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping
Yeah,
cash.
and not big bills. Small, manageable bills.
You're right about that, Trip. Spread them things out. Make sure you got some, change, and you can maneuver with that kind of cash flow in a circumstance, man. So cash is still ruling, and you can still make some things happen. You just got to have the right bills.
Mm-hmm. And just get a envelope. Just put it in there and just put it, someplace in the middle of a notebook or a book or some shit where where it is, but it's accessible, not electronic. And all denominations as stated. So it's not like you out there. It's like, hey, you got change for this 100? And it's like, yeah, no. So, a lot of ones, fives, tens, some 20s. But you want manageable, and you want the ability to barter. So that means like if you got, jewelry or stuff like that, know what it's worth, know its value. If you got gold, know how much it weighs, and silver and stuff, just in case.
Man, dude, you got to stay home right now. I can't stress that more. But this last one is definitely not the least one. I don't care how many vehicles you have at the house. There's going to be somebody that say, man, you know what? I just did mine 3 months ago. Damn it. Take it on right on back and do it again. Oil change right now, immediately for every one of your vehicles. Because I'm going to tell you why. There ain't no telling when the next time you're going to be able to get one. There ain't no telling when the next time you're going to be able to get one. The next time you even think about going to get an oil change for your car, not only might the price be astronomical, you might have to get into a fist fight or something else just to get in that line and get your spot to get your oil change. If you're one of them people that has to commute for several miles to get to from A to B, you better be one of them people that's listening to what I'm saying to you right now. Stop. Go get an oil change right now. In fact, don't go get the cheap stuff. Go and get you some, I forget what they call it right now, but I get it every time I get an oil change. Synthetic oil. Go get synthetic oil.
Yeah, because people that aren't into cars or grease monkeys or have never gotten no engine oil under their nails don't understand that fluids are important to vehicles. Not only the gas that makes it go, but the oil that keeps the engine lubricated. The antifreeze that keeps the system cool and operational. The trans fluid that really shouldn't need to be changed often, but guess what? It's in there. And you want to make sure that all of your fluids are clean and operating tip top, because as long as the fluids are clean, then theoretically that means your engine and all the other parts that those fluids go in are clean and operational. Because if you don't change your oil and it gets dirty and thick, now your engine isn't optimal and you're burning more gas than necessary and you're losing money. So part of the preventive maintenance is saving money, and like I mentioned earlier in the show, that does not always mean the cheap shit. And it doesn't always mean the top shelf, but you want to get value and you want to get some longevity for your money. And that usually comes with better quality, maybe a little bit higher price, which better quality does, but you stay on top of it, and that way you don't have to pay those maintenance fees from broken down engine parts.
80, 90 something percent of every piece of equipment you have in your vehicle requires some kind of lubricant in order for it to function the right way, whether it be a bolt, a it all requires some kind of lubricant for it to be right. It all.
Mhm.
And so just know that ahead of time. And let me read Brian Price's point. He says, get you a good 90s model Honda Accord, and you'll be just fine.
True.
They do drive for a long time, and you don't have to do all that to them. You can probably get 80,000 miles out of one of them bad boys and have to change nothing. But he's right
Man,
about that. He's right about that. But everybody ain't driving that Honda Accord.
I had a 93 Accord. It wasn't maroon, it was not champagne, but it was one of those like custom Honda colors. And it had balls to it so it can get up and go. It was very smooth riding, and as long as you maintained it, it was good. And the parts weren't they were still imported at the time, but they were not like imported parts now. But yeah, you fit something, it was easy. There weren't, a lot of computers or any of that nonsense. It was just a very economical, good running vehicle.
And that's what you talking about, some Honda Accord. Ew,
He
scroll.
said, "Ooh, he'd rather carpool." Oh, settle
Yeah,
down.
dude, you better
Come on, Red
get rid
Hair.
of your pride. Best thing I can tell
That's a
you,
smooth ass ride.
you might
And
be
then
on
they had the sporty models and versions.
you might be the first one on the e-bike, and I'll meet you on the street.
And of course, e-bikes aren't as much fun in the rain and or the snow.
They got some dope ass e-bikes out there. Just want you to know. Dope. When I tell you dope, they look like motorcycles for the most part.
Mm.
And if you one of them people that stays in, you work in town, that's a perfect vehicle for you, especially in the summertime, or if you live in a warm climate where you don't got to worry about what we worry about here. Yeah, dog, e-bike, like you tripping, man. If you ain't even, come on, man.
See, I'm weird because I'll ride a bike, in and around the city, no problem. But motorcycles, I do not want to ride because I know how I drive, and I know how wild I would be. Let's say on two wheels going 150 miles an hour, because yes, I would be going 150 miles an hour if I was on a motorcycle. So I guess what? I stay off of them.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do. If you gotta get it in like that, don't ride it.
Yeah. So it's like I know hey, no, I know my limitations and I know who I am. And I know that it's like, man, I mean, just open up a little bit. Ain't no traffic out here. And then there's that pothole you don't see. There's that turtle crossing the road that you don't see. And if you're on two wheels and you get a little aerodynamics that you don't want, and now yeah, bad thing. So I'll stick to four wheels at least, but still doing 150. So
Vile as people are these days, they'll clock your ass and see your patterns and tree your path. When I say tree your path, they'll set you off.
yeah.
Wait for you to go. I know he goes here at this time, and I'm telling you, people are foul.
Mm.
And so all they need to do is see your ass on two wheels, thinking you just got a clean shot here between here and there, and tree your path. And there goes and while you in the air, thinking about everything you did wrong in your life and wish you would have did different. By the time you come down that ground, it's over.
Mm.
Because somebody thought something of you.
And then you get that flash of light, and then your body goes into shock. And if you wake up, it's like, where am I? It's like hospital and people moving around you, and it's like, oh shit, something's hurt. And that's if you're lucky or not. So it's like, yeah, I'll try to avoid the high speed two wheels, but a nice e-bike. Yeah, I'll be out there on it, just going along. Traffic, yeah, I know that's a thing, but it's not something that I know that I'm gonna abuse.
All right. That's enough of the bad news, man. But it's bad news, but it's real news that, man, listen, you guys, do me a favor. Tell somebody that you love to come watch. Just tell them to fast forward to this part of the show where they see this on the screen. Make sure they can comprehend and understand what we're getting at here. Tell them what it is. And I'm telling you, man, people need to take heed to this, man, because this is coming to a theater right near you.
Yeah, and it's not like the previews. You can walk in late on or skip. You got to live through it.
Get your kids ready. Go get their car and go get your kids oil change. If they don't want to do it, go take the damn car and go do it yourself. I'm telling you, you're gonna thank yourself for doing it later. I'm telling you now. But I'll tell you what, let's give the No Maniacs, everybody that's been rocking with us all night, and a choice, man. We can do. I'm gonna just let the cat out the bag. We can do 2 movie reviews, or we can do 1. I say we do 1 and get up out of here.
I'm with that.
I'd say we got a choice. Let's give them the choice. We're gonna either do Psycho, Norman Bates, or New Jack City. Let's see. What y'all think? New Jack City or Psycho? Which one would y'all rather review? Give me. I'm gonna get the first one.
All right, not all at once.
Yeah. New Jack. There it is.
Yeah, Red Baron saying New Jack.
I kind of knew that was coming.
Yeah. Was that Wesley Snipes in them?
Let's do that. That's. I knew that would be one.
Dudum.
Jack.
Keisha.
Oh yeah.
So New Jack City, Wesley Snipes, Ice-T, Mario Van Peebles, Judd Nelson. Basically a story of a drug selling crew led by Nino Brown, Wesley Snipes, and the crew that he built. A lot of actors in there, Bill Nunn among others, and his gang, the CMB Cash Money Brothers, and they were slinging that rock in New York, and the cops are Van Peebles, Ice-T, and Judd Nelson. Ice-T goes undercover, to be part of the crew, and get in with them and stuff, and then you see the world of the end user of the drugs, of what people will do to get the drugs, of what other drug sellers do to each other to sell the drugs to the users, and the ruthlessness of the mentality of running a criminal organization, of which they were. And so there was a lot of stuff going on. Cool soundtrack, but it was a reflection of what's going on in the streets and how people are sucked into that life, getting money, and then once you get in, you ain't getting out. And the ones at the top, stay at the top by taking advantage of the ones at the bottom.
You know what? Let me. I'm gonna take another trip. As much as I appreciate that, let me take a I'm gonna rewind it a little bit and then fast forward it at the same time. You're gonna understand what I mean when I say that. You have to understand place and time with this. You're talking about people that are already in poverty, already trying to scrap and scrape, trying to make some ends meet. And all of a sudden, here's this influx of guns, here's this influx of drugs into a community, into all kinds of communities, not just in New York City. Here it comes. And soon as the people that need it see it and see the opportunity, of course they're gonna pick it up and try to make hay with it. I'm gonna leave it there and fast forward to now when you look at social media and all those MFers that's talking about, what about the crime in your community? What about all the death and all this kind of stuff that's going on in your, why is everybody unaliving each other in your community? I'm going to rewind it back. And this one I can point to the gaslighting that's going on right now. You can't gaslight us for what was done to us. This is intentional. This is intentional. And so for any sorry ass MFer that gets into somebody's comment sections talking about what about the violence in your community, if you can't even, you ain't a historian and don't know how to go backwards, you just looking for something to talk some shit about so you can look down on somebody. You don't understand the mindset here. You don't understand this community and how it got this way. But this movie right here is a great representation of how the community got to where it is right now. Am I wrong or right, Trips? Am I on the right path?
Yeah, because the community got there because of the seeds planted and things done, a few decades ago. And so it lit a fuse that started along this path, and now it's like boom, now you see the results of that, with the crime, with the drugs, with the just the negative aspects of the community. But then you also have the free will and the mentality of the people within the game, if you will, because while G Money and them partnered up to become this organization, what happened to G Money, who took him out and why, because Nino was starting to feel himself as the leader, as the boss man. Now he has to reign with an iron fist, and that means taking out his people from the beginning. So now he's no longer, part of the crew together getting money and changing their stars, if you will. Now he's just, an extension of the evil that is, planted in the hood. And so now he's there, in control of this organization that's poisoning all these communities, or in this case, the Carter, that project and all those people in it, were just nothing to him. So yes, it's the outside influence that were put into the hood, but yes, there's also the demonic, or sociopathic people in the hood that are taking advantage of those situations.
It is so, this movie is, I know when I came up on the ass end of this era, and I know what it was like, for people, and I've seen some of the money a little later on, but this was a bonanza, but also a death sentence at the same time for people who live in impoverished communities.
Mm.
You can't turn the money down. You can, but you're gonna need a whole lot of strength during this time to turn this down, or something solid so that you don't have to think about it. And not everybody, is only a select few people in the masses of the people in the neighborhoods that had something solid so they couldn't have to think about it, and they can go a different way. But for all the other people that, this had to be something inviting to them. I'm talking about for the people that just wanted to make the money. And we'll set aside for a separate conversation all the people that saw the product and thought of it like, hey, this is fun, until they got a hold of it and turned into zombies for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Had children. And those children had effed up lives because their parents was nowhere in their lives. It wasn't possible because their parents were chemically addicted. As good as this movie was, there's all kinds of byproducts to the things that happen in this movie that I'm more interested in than the movie.
Well, like King, what up, King, is saying that G Money, knowing what the product did to people, still got hooked on it. You know what I mean? Then he started slipping and making mistakes, so that led to "And my brother, and my brother, yeah, yes, you are, bang." You know, but he should have known better. You know, from somebody who was like, man, you know, this stuff makes these people do all this bugged out stuff. I mean, sure, I'm selling it to them because they're doing whatever they need to do to get me the money for it. Yeah, I'm not putting my lips on that glass pipe.
Bro. As much as good as this movie is, I I know several people that's never seen it.
Mm.
Several people. And if you ever want to understand how today things are, all you gotta do is look back in the past and see what people did during those times. And you line up the dummies in the future that want to replicate that. And it's impossible. You can't replicate that. You'll never see those times and that era again. That era was a bonanza for people who wanted to make a whole lot of money really, really fast without a whole lot of scrutiny. You can mitigate some of the scrutiny by way of having enough people and enough people on your side to kind of watch your back and being organized. There's no way to mitigate that scrutiny now. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Too many cameras, too many devices that people carry around with them. It's like at one time, you know, maybe one time out of 10, you might run into somebody that will snitch on you. That's because they knew that the price would be paid for your ass doing that. Somebody gonna find. I'm gonna tell somebody you did that to me, and you're gonna get dealt with. That was that. As opposed to 9 times out of 10, that MF are gonna snitch on you now, and you still run your stupid ass out there and do it.
But if you look at it, it wasn't the undercover cop or any of the snitches, Pookie and them that took down the Nino Brown. It was, old school, from the hood. It wasn't the legal system. It wasn't the judges. The judge was like, all right, you can go home, smack on the wrist, but it was old school from the hood with his Roscoe that ended the evil or that evil in Nino Brown.
Yeah, how many people are trying to out here trying to replicate this kind of stuff that want to be this kingpin person? Like that ain't never gonna happen again.
Well, the thing is, so many of the unguided youths on the street look at the kingpins, if you will, because of the bling, the jewelry, the clothes, the cars, and it's like, oh, that's what I want to aspire to be, because back in the day is either you got a jump shot or you can rap a lot, as Biggie would say. And if you're non-athletic and you can't, carry a tune or write a rhyme, it's like, I guess I got a slang. And that was the method to make money for so many, for so many generations. And it was, not something that was produced in the hood. We all know that the drugs were imported, and sold there. We all know that the weapons were imported and put there. But the mentality that New Jack City and Nino Brown and them had was, as they're saying in the chat here, you got to rob, to make money in this Reagan era, because ain't nothing trickling down but bullshit and a hard time. And it's to a point where it's like, sure, you want to look out for yourself and your crew at the detriment to who and to how many and at what cost, because now your family, your crew are being taken out and you are taking them out all for the love and the chase of the money. And so the money became more important than anybody's life, than anybody's relationship, than anything and everything. It was, man, did you hear what Nino did? He beat down that brother because he was short for $5. $5. And it's the principle of the matter. And so now it's not an escape anymore. It's just another prison.
It was as well put together and as well choreographed and as well the screenplay was set up. This was this is so powerful in so many different ways. I see today again people gaslight black people because, oh, look at how violent your communities are. You just kill people and you do all this kind of. This is most of the time you hear people saying shit like that. They come from a small town and they never left there. And they just see the shit on TV or hear about it. They don't know nothing about the community. So this is a perfect opportunity for them to gaslight you in your comment sections when you're on social media. Because they never been there and all they know about is what they hear about through social media or on TV or something like that, which is a damn shame that somebody has the nerve to open their mouths and know nothing about the environment they're talking about. They just see an opportunity to try to put some people down and don't know where all this came from. I'm pointing out where a lot of this came from. A lot of what you see right now comes from this era right here. And it just never really fully played itself out. The implant of the narcotics, the implant of the weaponry, all carried on to now. But you want to get in comment section, look at how violent your communities are. Look at how violent behind your doors are. What's going on behind your doors that you ain't talking about? We ain't gonna go there. But this is a movie that started a cycle of not only violence, not only abuse. I'm talking about substance abuse. I'm talking about literal abuse as well, this physical abuse. Started a trend of it's bad. And it took a generation for us to kind of shake it. I'll give you a perfect example. Growing up on the butt end of this, I remember what it looked like in my community when I left here and moved to Ohio. And this ain't no racial thing to be pointing fingers at race. This is just something I need to point out as a point. Most of the people, I'm talking about like 95% of the people who are addicts here as a byproduct of this generation here were black. I left here and was gone for over a decade. When I came back here, most of the addicts are now white. Mm-hmm. What that says in a nutshell is with time, that cycle has slowly played itself out. And there's some remnants of it still hanging around. But now, the same people who are pointing at the people that were living in my community, all the drugs and all the crazy, all that stuff is in their communities. And they suffering for it. Now, every time I look around, it's somebody that's addicted to opioids, somebody's addicted to meth, crack, all pills, everything. They're running around here. And so gradually, all of that stuff that was, supplanted into our community to hurt us ended up emancipating itself to other communities.
Yeah, it always does.
That's what
everything made popular in the black community always ends up somebody else's community. Whether it be the music, the fashion, oh yes, the crime, the violence, and the drugs. It was a long time that the crack cocaine was the drug of choice for the urban, ghettos, whereas the rural communities, it was the meth, because meth was controlled by the biker gangs and street gangs, and those organizations controlled the crack. But as the suburbanites would drive into the city into the, the ghetto areas and cop, and drive back to the suburbs. Then you had different factions cross sell, and now you got everything everywhere. And guess what? It's all laced with fentanyl that's gonna poison the whole lot of it. So it's a progression of this poison converted to that poison by cooking it and adding some baking soda, or this poison converted to this poison. It's all poison, and it's ironic that when it was just in the black neighborhoods or Hispanic neighborhoods, drug problems and crack and stuff, it was a criminal matter. But once it did, permeate in the suburbs and rural areas, it became a health issue. And then, you would see the insurance like, hey, are you addicted to some shit? Well, go to this recovery as long as you get this insurance. Whereas if you was in the hood addicted to this, you get locked up. So the discrepancies of how even the same issues are handled from rural to urban, I mean, is just another example of where this country is, racially.
Hey, you know what, man? I'm glad you mentioned that because there's a movie, not a movie, but not a series either. It's a limited series. I think it was on the Netflix. Somebody, I bet you I ain't the only one that saw this, talking about how, how the communities were infected with opioids, intentionally. Talking about Oxycontin and stuff like that. There's a movie, a limited series on Netflix that involved the Sacklers. That's the name of the company that ran Oxycontin and put Oxycontin in the community. I mean, they destroyed so many people, and they got off with a fine and a handshake. Somebody help me out. It's a limited series on Netflix, I believe, on Amazon Prime, one of them. But the name was Sacklers. But it's probably about a 6-part miniseries. But so good on, identifying where these products come from and the people, the rich people and their families that they do this stuff to make money, and they will hurt each other to keep making that money.
Well, yeah, they they hurt each other, and you say, well, not you say, but people will ask, how would controlled substances, pharmaceutical grade, oxycontins and such, get to the streets if they were controlled? Well, because you have doctors who will write prescriptions, because they get kickbacks for it. And it's like, well, you have bad knees and you're going to need surgery eventually and maybe some physical therapy. But here, take this, oxycodone, 80, 90 milligrams for the next, 2 years while we, work on this other stuff. And now you're addicted to that shit. So what people are doing is if they get it, from their doctor, they flip it on the streets illegally, to get the cash for it to buy whatever they need to survive. So the pathway from either illegal street drugs to the street or actual legal drugs to the street is a very, very short yellow brick road.
Bro, let me tell you a short Nomad story. Very, very young, influential, just young as Nomad. I'm talking about just barely into my 20s. Barely. Nah, I might have been younger than that. I might have been 17, but I was over in Indianapolis. Bro, this is when Oxycontin, them oxys really, really start to hit hard. And so I'm at my homeboy's crib. I'm with some family, but they going out. And I'm 17, trying to maintain 17 lifestyle. They going out to the club. They telling me, no, you can't go. All right. I'm in an apartment complex. So I already spotted some honeys. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm cool. I already had the hit list out. Knew where I was going. There was a pool out there. I was just like, yeah, that's gonna go down. And so they was all gone, and I was left at the crib. Man, dude, when I tell you two bad females was down there, and I'm on the balcony of the apartment, and they looking at me like, "What's up with you? Why you up there? Come on down." I was like, "Say less. I'm heading on out." And dude, look, there was one of them that was mixed, and there was one of them that was white. The mixed one was on me, bro, and I was on her. Bro, let me tell you something. I told her, I said, "Man, we've been hooping." I said, "I need." She's like, "Come on down to the apartment. We live down here in 209 or whatever the number it was. Come on down here. We got some herb and shit. We was about to get it on." Look, I said, "I just need to go take a shower. We hooped all day, and I need to get in the shower." She's like, "Go get you a shower and come on down." By the time I got down there, both of them bras had got a half of Oxycontin. When I tell you, as fine as she was, by the time I got down there, she was digging a hole, literal hole in the middle of her left thigh. In the middle of her left quad, she was digging a hole. She was just scratching, digging, scratching, and bleeding all down her leg. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I was like, "Hey, what's up with you?" She's just like, "Don't worry about me. I'm good." Start going, went and got some toilet tissue and start dabbing it up. "Don't worry about that. What's up with you?" And next thing you know, while we having a conversation, she started digging again, bleeding again.
Yeah, I gotta go.
And here come the other girl out of the room. Some fool come walking out the room with her. She just, walk him out, and she plops down and she's talking all kind of mannish ass crazy stuff. And you right, Scrolls. Didn't realize it at 17, not just yet. But I started, shit started. That's when all my senses started to come to me. Here comes this girl. She coming out with some dude. I'm just like, where that come from? I just was in the shower, 10, 15 minutes. You got a dude already, and you running him out your room. What y'all got going on? Anyways, shit started to add up. I'm like, all right, I see what I'm dealing with here. So I'm now I'm working my way the hell on out of there, because as fine as both of them was, I'm just like, they some hypes or something, man. They got some shit going on. And I worked my way up out of that thing, and I watched them from my balcony. They was down there working cats. When I say working them, they was running them, getting money out them cats. And all on opioids.
Yeah. I'm sure, they was probably, still attractive then, but give it a month. You see them now, they ain't got no teethuses.
Bruh, you gotta let them instincts work for you, bro.
Right? It's like, oh yeah, they tweaking. I gotta go.
I never really, outside of somebody that shot up, and that kind of, I've seen them, and it's so debilitating. You can see that. But the oxys gradually take a hold of you. Gradually. It only took a half of it. That's what they told me.
Yeah, but as over the course of time, as anything, your body builds up tolerance. So what was a half is now a whole, and what was a whole is now two. And that whole time, your kidneys, your livers are like, please stop, because all that stuff is totally detrimental to your innards and your organs.
Hey, beauty is one thing, reality is another. That's all I can tell you, man. You don't never trust a big button to smile. Best thing I can tell you. But let's go and wrap this thing up, man.
Yeah, shout out to all everybody in the chat there. Make sure you're all subscribed to all three networks. The Nomad Network at Kedz and Nomad, even though he was playing hooky tonight, and Triple R SCS, otherwise known as Sports Chicago Style. Wednesday night, July 1st as we enjoy our heat wave, training camp and the season, gets that much closer every day. So we got that to look forward to. But until then, we got to look forward to Sunday night on Nomad at Night.
And we will be back here at 8 p.m. Central on Sunday night. This is moving around season for me. Hopefully we will be here, and if not, maybe we can set, if I ain't gonna be here, maybe we can set these guys up. But I am definitely moving around and trying to make some shit happen, because that's the space I'm in right now. I have to make some stuff happen. And guess what? I'm good at making some shit happen. And so that's where we at right now. I don't know where Kedz was at. He didn't say nothing to me. I don't know. I'll talk to him later. I don't know what. Maybe something going on really in his life. But he wasn't here. Maybe he was playing hooky, like Tripp said. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you guys have a good the rest of the week into the weekend, and we'll see you guys Sunday at 8 p.m. Central. But before we go, we got to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.